Good morning, everybody. We have a special emergency meeting that I'm going to call to order for June 14th, 2021. Are there any citizens to be heard on this meeting, which is concerning our national city manager search? Do you have a comment, Ms. Cole?
Yes, for item 3.1, do you want some comments now?
Yes.
Comment was submitted by Sarah Covington. It is interesting that so many of the candidates have dropped out of consideration so suddenly. Did they state any specific reasons? Were they concerned about Florida's government in the sunshine or strong public records laws? Did the presence of an organization downtown turn them away? This may be important information to know if it can be obtained. I believe that a different recruitment firm may be needed to select more diverse candidates, a candidate pool, and maybe this will help to pick people that are actually interested in going through the process. I look forward to the discussion and what next steps will be taken to fill this important role. Thank you all for your time and staff's time and work on this. Sincerely, Sarah Covington.
Ms. Poyer. Item 3.1.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Poyer, Human Resources Director. As you're aware, a candidate at the last minute informed us that he was unable to attend this week's interview process as a result of an emergency family situation. As such, we did cancel the interviews that were selected, all the process that was scheduled for this week. The candidate is still interested in participating in the process, was just not able, so he did not withdraw. He is just not able to attend this week. So what we have before us is an opportunity to either reschedule the process with the two candidates that we have remaining or to redo the process. Baker Tilly's contract does provide for if there was not a successful selection, that they will continue the recruitment at no additional cost other than the cost for advertising. So we do have that option. We have the option of we did do an RFP, so we do have other firms that are able to do this if that is something that the council should so desire in terms of changing the firms. Also within Baker Tilly, we do have the opportunity to move recruiters so that we don't have the same recruiter. Something else for the council to consider is if we are to redo this process, the timeframes in which you want to do that. If we do what we have done in terms of the time frame of it being 30 days, that will then coincide almost identically with the city attorney search. And so you could be doing both of those literally at the exact same time. So we can make that schedule be whatever it is that the council wants in terms of extending it, starting it later, or what. But those are the decisions that we need to discuss today.
Well, this has certainly been an imperfect process. I understand that the three candidates that have truly withdrawn from the 5 finalists did not give specific answers.
That is correct.
I think Ms. Goldsmith said she just wanted to focus on staying in Chatham. Mr. Chernick did not give specific reasons, and then
Mr. Palmer did not provide any reason at all.
Palmer did not give reasons either. So have we talked to Mr. Hall and Mr. Gefkin? Are they going to want to stay in the process if we start anew?
So according to the firm, yes, both do. I know that Mr. Woods is still planning on he's going to be here. He was still going to explore the city, so he is absolutely still interested, and so is Mr. Gefkin. So they are both interested in maintaining in the process. And I said that we would certainly let them know what was going to happen as a result of this morning's meeting.
I think that I would like to start anew, and I would like to still continue to use Baker Tilly, but I would like to use a different recruiter within the company. I know that we are going to complicate things by having it simultaneous to the city attorney, but I think, I don't even think a 45-day notice is necessary. I think going out for another 30 days starting next week would be appropriate. That's the direction I would like to go. Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think we were ready to move forward with these two candidates with interviews this week. Now, obviously, a medical emergency by Mr. Gefkin and Mr. Gefkin's family prohibited him from being here. I think we ought to be willing to move forward as quickly as possible with these two, give these two people their opportunity. We were comfortable interviewing these two. Now, if that process doesn't pan out into an offer for our next city attorney, I'm willing to go there.
City
But-
manager.
Or another city manager, but if, they have done well enough to rise to the top in this search, I think we need to see this search through in its present form. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then we can move forward and go through the process again. But I don't think we should penalize these two individuals, put them out against a whole nother roster of people, because of a medical emergency that was out of his control, out of one of the candidates' control. I don't know what time frame we want to use to try and get these two in here, or how soon we can. I don't know if there's an update on Mr. Gefkin's situation, but I think these two gentlemen deserve the process to go forward as is before we throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Has he given any indication?
I have not been provided any update in terms of when his availability would. I do know that there is council conflicts in terms of starting, I believe next week, that take us through July. So for rescheduling purposes, I don't think we would be able to do that until July.
I'd rather cast a wider net. Councilmember Beckman?
I agree with the mayor for the reasons you articulated. And I think if we have unknowns about this man's medical concerns and when he may be able to come, I think part of the reason to give, to go through with the two interviews was, I assumed that these people had their flights booked and they were ready to come the next week. And now that that's not happening, then I think we can pull back a little bit, figure out when they're going to be able to come and spend that time opening the search again. And I think there was some, as people talked throughout the weekend about what may have happened and stuff, I think, there was maybe some assumption that there were going to be internal candidates, and when there weren't, maybe now more Florida city managers or people that are qualified from the state might apply, and I think that's worth opening it up again.
Councilmember Bunker?
I agree. Both of these candidates seem very qualified, but there's been too much happening to sabotage this recruit to begin with. I think it would be great to have these two in the final mix with whoever else we can find out there, so we truly do have some solid options. And we may wind up with one of these two gentlemen.
Councilmember Albright?
Yeah, I've given a lot of thought this weekend with your surprise phone call on Friday. This wasn't exactly what I visualized would happen with the city manager search. I thought that we would have lots of people to pick from, and I was disappointed to get down to two. I'm sure they're qualified, but I kind of agree with the mayor on this. Let's put it back out now that we know that we don't have any internal people running. And I think casting in the net out there a second time, these people, the two that were going to come in tomorrow would be in the mix. But let's go ahead and do it again. We owe that, I think, to the citizens of Clearwater to get the best possible person we can. And I'm just disappointed to see so many drop out. And, I've got a lot of emails trying to figure out why. You're not going to know. So I think we do it again using Baker Tilly, a new recruiter, and see what we can bring in now that it's known that we don't have anybody internally that's going to be doing that. And let's do it again.
Councilmember Beckman?
So have we used Baker Tilly before?
Us as a city, we have not.
Okay. And then we can make it clear, and I don't know what was communicated with the consultant that we used with Baker Tilly, but that that person will have phone conversations with whomever that person narrows down for us to look at, right, anymore? And so that's clear, because some of the questions that we had asked when he was here, if he wasn't looking at any more information than we were with a 13-page, resume, why am I asking him questions? And so I think that kind of a screening expectations needs to be really clear.
And that is in the contract. So the contract includes that they are supposed to be having telephone interviews prior to that being, sent over to the council as a finalist. And so I will absolutely communicate with Baker Tilly that we expect them to fulfill all of the items that they have listed in the contract.
And be real transparent about what the interview process looks like. So in the state of Florida with sunshine laws, nobody's caught off guard and pulling out because they realized, oh, I didn't know that.
Agreed, and that is also part of the process, that they're supposed to be keeping the candidates very well informed. So I will remind them of all those things that are in there, and that our expectations are that they do that, and by the timeframes that are listed, and whenever we set those dates.
I think a lot of this will be rectified with a different recruiter. And I know Ms. Poyer's been communicating with Baker Tilly that there are some things that need to be improved upon.
Correct.
So, Vice Mayor?
Well, I can count, but I'm just saying, we were given a lot of new information late last week on these two individuals. Interviews of people they work with and a lot more background. And I'm telling you, I was very, very comfortable going forward with these two people. I know that one of these two could very well do a great job here. But I just, the elephant in the room is sunshine law. The sunshine law it just handcuffs us on what, and a lot of people, there's a lot of great candidates out there. Probably greater, maybe even better than what we've seen, but they're not even putting their name in the hat, and a second go-round isn't going to change that perception if the sunshine law says your name becomes public and your name's going to be out there, and the council you're working with and the people you're working with are going to know you're looking at another job or going after another job. So I just, again, I'm comfortable going with the two we have, but I know there's 4 of you that want to go through the process from step 1 again. We'll go through the process again, but I think we're probably taking an unnecessary step. But if that's the will of the other 4, it's what it is.
City managers in Florida understand the process. And I think what Councilmember Beckman said is a good point. Many people thought Mr. Maxwell was going to apply for this. He is very well respected around the state, having been the president of the Florida ICMA. And, the fact that he didn't, I think people didn't know he wasn't applying and may have scared many people off. That may open it up further. Mr. Horn, what are your thoughts on the fact that this all happens under the sunshine? I mean, you're in the business that city managers move. Usually about every 5 years. You're a unicorn in that respect.
Florida's process has been well known. It was well established before I became the manager. It has always been viewed as a very challenging and kind of awkward situation, since other states don't have the same kind of sunshine laws. So the bottom line is, if you're really interested in applying, then you accept the conditions that you have to apply under. And until the state legislature changes that, then that's the field of play for a manager. And quite frankly, there are internal discussions that are held that obviously our staff is made aware of with regard to whether there is any interest or support for applying for these positions. So I think we just need to keep in mind that as well.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Excuse me, Mayor, did you call for public comment on this item rather than the regular public comment?
I did not. Would you like to speak, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. Last week, I asked the HR director if you had received the background checks on these individuals. She responded that she had not, but she was expecting them, as I understand from her this morning. We have still not gotten them, but Councilmember Hamilton, you said you did get some, so I'm kind of confused on that. The main thing I was looking at was the certifications of the two candidates. Maybe this is a problem with Baker Tilly getting things done on time. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for allowing me to have this little bit of input.
ICMA certified, is that what you're asking, or certified just with background checks?
The one that I was more interested in was the PMP, the Project Manager Professional.
Okay.
The number is there, but if you go to the PMP website, the individual's not there. It's an option that they do not have to publicize, even though they have a PMP. It's also like me, you get it, but if you don't continue it, but I'd just like to figure out what's happening there with Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak to this item? I need a motion to restart the process.
I move to restart the process.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1 with Vice Mayor Hamilton in opposition. Anything else, Ms. Poyer?
I just want to make sure we're clarified, we're restarting at the point of advertising, not restarting at the point of having the conversations regarding the job description of the advertisement.
just
You're
the
comfortable with that,
advertising.
so we will start at that step.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Beckman?
So, Vice Mayor Hamilton mentioned something about getting some kind of a packet. I might have missed an email that came across, but did you send something?
There was, yes, so I believe it was Thursday, we got an updated packet delivered electronically, and then also it was hand-delivered, a new binder with just additional information regarding those two candidates. We do not have the background verification, which includes the other stuff in terms of verifying the education and the certifications listed. We have not received that document, but you should have the other one.
Electronically.
Yeah, electronically and a hard copy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's all I need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn the special meeting. We'll call to order the pension trustees. I would ask if there are any amendments to the minutes of the April 12th, 2021 pension trustee meeting.
Move approval as submitted.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time I'll open it up to citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda. Seeing none, item 4.1.
Good morning again, Jennifer Porter, Human Resources Director. At this time, I'm going to call up Jay Ravens, the Finance Director, to go over the actual evaluation report.
Good morning, trustees. Jay Ravens, Finance Director. The pension plan's actuary, Pete Strong with GRS, is unavailable to attend today's meeting, so I will be presenting the January 1st, 2021 actuarial valuation report in his place. If you could, please refer to page A1 of the report. I provided you a copy, or if you prefer, it's about 7 pages into the book. As you can see from the top table, the required city contribution has declined by approximately $121,000 compared to last year's valuation, from about $11.5 million last year to $11.4 million this year. Since the plan is currently fully funded, the required contribution is equivalent to the normal cost for the year or the cost of benefits earned during the current year. The credit balance, the last row of the table, resulting from extra contributions made by the city in prior years, has increased by almost $2.6 million, from just under $29 million as of January 1st, 2020, to approximately $31.5 million. This credit balance can be applied towards the city's contribution requirements in any year and has been built up over time to help subsidize increases in required city contributions during future investment market downturns. A breakdown of the required city contributions by group is shown in the table at the bottom of page A1. The required contributions are $3.49 million for non-hazardous employees versus $3.53 million last year, $4.68 million for police versus $4.87 million last year, and $3.23 million for firefighters versus $3.12 million last year. Now, if you could please turn to page A2. There were two changes in actuarial assumptions made this year. The investment return assumption was reduced from 6.65% to 6.55%, as scheduled and previously approved by the pension trustees a few years ago when the last experience study was approved. There is one more scheduled reduction next year to 6.5%. In addition, the mortality assumption was changed to be the same mortality assumption adopted by the Florida retirement system in 2019. This change was mandated by Florida statutes. All municipal pension plans in Florida are required to use the same mortality tables used by the Florida retirement system. Combined, these two assumption changes caused the required city contribution to increase by approximately $122,000. Looking at the bottom of the same page A2, the plan experienced an actuarial gain during 2020 of over $45.7 million, primarily due to favorable investment experience. The investment return during 2020 was 15.12% per the actuary's calculation, based on the market value of assets, and 11.1% based on the smoothed actuarial value of assets. The investment gains were slightly offset by liability-related experience losses. Salary increases were higher than expected, 6.05% on average versus an average assumed increase of 4.3%. Mortality experience was a small source of experience loss as annual pension payments decreased by $921,472 due to mortality experience versus an expected decrease of $949,503. Retirement and disability experience were both sources of experience gain, as there were fewer retirements than expected and 0 disabilities during the year. The positive actuarial experience did not have much impact on the city's required contribution because the plan would have been almost fully funded without the actuarial experience gain. And when a plan is fully funded in Florida, it is required by statute to contribute the normal cost or the cost of benefits earned during the year. Consequently, there's no credit or reduction in the required contribution due to the favorable experience. While it didn't lower the required contribution, the experience gain did cause the plan's funded ratio to increase by about 4.4%. On page A3, you'll see that the funded ratio of the plan as of January 1, 2021 was 108.7% if the credit balance is included in the assets, and 105.66% if the credit balance is excluded from the calculation. These funded ratios were 102.6% and 99.76% respectively last year. As of January 1, 2021, the market value of assets was over $129 million higher than the smoothed actuarial value of assets. If the market value of assets had been used, the plan's funded ratio would be 118.17%. This market value-based funded ratio is up from 107.29% last year. In summary, the plan is well-funded with conservative assumptions and compares very favorably relative to other pension plans in Florida. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ravens. We are fortunate that we are well-funded. We are also very dependent on market returns.
Absolutely.
As big as the plan is at this point, we can get whipsawed. So I would expect that we keep the money in the plan and continue to hopefully build that over time. Any questions?
Question.
Councilmember Beckman.
I have a question about, it's just for understanding. On page A2, when you talk about the investment return assumption has been reduced by 0.10% from 6.65 to 6.55, is that just actuarial numbers that get plugged into some kind of formula?
Yes, it's basically our projection of what we're going to earn in the future on our investments, and also what we discount the liabilities back to. So the lower the interest assumption, the more conservative you are, and the more expensive the plan's going to be as far as your required contributions. So
Okay. Just wondered about that. Thank you.
Other questions?
It's a good report.
Anyone to speak to this item? I have a motion.
Motion to approve,
Accept the
accept
actuarial.
the actuarial
Sure.
recommendation.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 4.2.
Request to approve the new hires for acceptance into the pension plan as listed.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to this item? I have a motion.
I move we approve the new hires for acceptance into the pension plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 4.3.
Request to approve the following request of employees to vest their pension as provided by Section 2.419 of the Employees' Pension Plan.
Any questions? I have a motion.
Move approval of agenda item 4.3.
Second.
Anyone from the public to speak to item 4.3? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Anything else, Ms. 4.4?
Request to approve the following request of employees for a regular pension as provided by Sections 2.416 and 2.424 of the Employees' Pension Plan.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to this item? Motion.
Move to approve agenda item 4.4.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, we'll adjourn the pension trustees. Call to order the work session. We do have a presentation this morning from Whit Blanton from Forward Pinellas on safe streets.
Morning, Mayor, council members.
Good morning.
I'm here with Sarah Caper of our staff, and we're going to tag team a little bit today, if that's all right. All right, it's my pleasure to be here again. We like to come around about once a year and give an update on what we're doing at Forward Pinellas because it does affect Clearwater in a lot of different ways. And today we're going to cover 3 different topics. Want to introduce our new emphasis area for countywide planning. We will talk about Safe Streets Pinellas, and we do have a specific request for the council. And then I want to give you a few updates on transportation projects that are underway and see if you have any questions of me today. Back in 2015, we asked the board to take a more strategic focus on land use and transportation planning countywide in Pinellas County. And the board selected 3 special topics or spotlight emphasis areas: enhancing beach community access, developing a master plan for the Gateway area in the US 19 Roosevelt area, and then establishing a vision for the US 19 corridor so that we could guide growth and development along with the transportation investments we've been making over decades. Those efforts, are now in their 6th year, and we've essentially completed the Gateway Master Plan, where we adopted a memorandum of understanding with our 4 local governments: Pinellas Park, Largo, unincorporated Pinellas County, and the city of St. Petersburg. And we're on a path to implement the master plan to, over time, transform the Gateway area, our largest employment district in Pinellas County, into more of a community, more of a live-work environment with better accessibility and regional connections. The enhancing beach community access has entailed a lot of hard work on Gulf Boulevard, the Dunedin Causeway, Gulf Boulevard itself, and providing connections from the mainland over to the beach areas. And that's still a work in progress, but we have accomplished a lot. And I'll talk about a few things that are in progress in a little bit later. But we feel like that's on a path also for implementation. Finally, a vision for US 19. We have some projects that are in the pipeline for construction. We have been working very closely with the Florida Department of Transportation to look at the roadway north of Curlew Road and really north of Tampa Road up to the Pasco County line to see if there are some alternatives to very expensive overpasses that would still move traffic and move traffic safely in that area. We also had the DOT work with us to look at the safety of the frontage roads along US 19. And Mayor, I want to thank you for your assistance a few months back in reaching out to help the department address the right-of-way issues on that segment between 580 and Curlew Road. I think they came to a good resolution that was less costly for taxpayers. And we've also been working with the DOT and the City of St. Petersburg on 34th Street South for a resurfacing project that'll make that road more supportive of redevelopment and better use for transit and people who walk and bike. And we have a lot of fatalities on US 19 and the frontage roads. So it's really important that we have a clear idea of how we want to grow forward with that corridor. Stay tuned because in the next 6 to 8 months, we will be looking at some plans from the Florida Department of Transportation on both the frontage roads and on those northern interchange options to see what can work and fit in that character of North Pinellas County. But we're still a few months out from that. We had the board adopt a new spotlight topic called Innovations in Target Employment and Jobs Access just a couple of months ago. And this really addresses the twin challenges we face in Pinellas County of a lack of available land for industrial and employment uses, and also to meet the affordable housing needs in Pinellas County. And when you have constraints over land, you see conflicts over golf courses, you see conflicts over air parks, you see conflicts on every little potential developable property. And we feel like the plans that we're going by and the policy framework that we have established was set in 2005, 2008 timeframe, and it's probably time to relook at that. For instance, we don't really have good analytical data on the relative value of industrial and employment lands. They're all kind of treated as one, and we know that some have better regional accessibility, some don't have underlying brownfields issues, and so we want to have a more refined assessment of those lands so that we can revisit our policy framework, which guides a lot of what cities and county can do. So we are going to be updating that 2008 Target Industrial and Employment Land Study. We also have adopted a set of investment corridors in Pinellas County for redevelopment. And we want to see what that looks like in terms of guiding redevelopment, looking at regulatory reform like concentrated parking and reducing some of the stormwater requirements on site and looking at more of a community approach so that we can make things more affordable for redevelopment. And then establishing better intercity transit service throughout the county. Again, that'll take funds at some point, but we need to establish the regulatory framework for that to be successful. This year, we've also budgeted a pilot design studio project that I'm thrilled to announce will be in partnership with Pinellas County to help cities and communities visualize change. And we've really lacked that design focus in Pinellas County. We don't really have the skill set in a lot of our cities, and it's kind of spread throughout the county. So we see this as being a focal point of helping developers, helping communities, helping cities visualize that change and come to some good solutions that work for the community. And just think about compatibility issues and accessibility issues, and that's what that would focus on. And then we hear all the time from employers who say they love Pinellas County, they love coming here, but it's a struggle for them to get workers to here and recruit and retain workers. So we want to partner with the private sector to work on strategies for workforce development, workforce connections to job training, affordable housing, and cross-bay connections, which are also incredibly important. So I'll stop there and see if anybody has any questions about this new Spotlight emphasis area. We expect to get started by October on this effort.
Any questions for Mr. Bland? Councilmember Becton.
I guess that was the question. Your update for the 2008 Target Employment Industrial Land Study, when do you expect it to be completed, or is it started? Or
We expect to take that about a year to complete, and we'll be scoping it over the summer and then initiating that work probably beginning October 1 with our new budget.
okay, and then design studio pilot program, is that up and running?
It will also be started around October 1. The county has to get their budget approved. We have to get our budget finally approved. And we've put in, it'll be a combined $100,000 initially. And we'll see how we apply that and how, we might set up a competitive process like we do with some of our grants. Or we might just work, on a more casual basis with local governments who come to us requesting assistance. Since the county's putting in some money, we do see a potential of looking at Palm Harbor and Lellman first as maybe a small type studio project, but there should be plenty of resources over from that. And if it proves to be successful, then we'll see about expanding it and broadening that approach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other
Okay.
questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
What are the deliverables when you get that target employment and industrial land study? I mean, what are we going to find out? That we have a deficit, or we have a surplus, that it's in the wrong places, that we don't have connections? And are you also working with Pinellas Economic Development and the individual cities' economic development departments?
Yes, we will be. Thank you for that. So the partnership with Pinellas County Economic Development has to be there, as well as the local governments, all the cities. So anybody who has economic development specialists, I know Largo does, I know City of Clearwater does, so we will make sure we make that happen. The work products are really a market-based assessment of the industrial and employment lands to look at supply and demand issues and location efficiencies. We also want to evaluate those properties or parcels collectively from a strengths and weaknesses standpoint. Age of structure, infrastructure supporting that, available transportation facilities, all those kinds of things come into play. And then the work product would be a very specific set of policy recommendations based on that inventory and analysis that, at least in my mind, groups those industrial and employment lands into categories or tiers of can't touch, don't change, it's economically viable and valuable, and we need to work to leverage it, to some middle ground, and to others where we could see maybe this is better for redevelopment and better for mixed-use development. And that's the struggle we found, is we're looking for a unicorn, to use your term earlier, where there's a pressure for affordable housing, and it's a good idea to have housing near where jobs are located, but we have provisions that prohibit housing and industrial together or employment together. And industrial doesn't look like it did 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. So what does that look like? And we've done some case studies where we've looked at Minneapolis, San Diego, Houston, and some other places around the state of Florida. And they're coming up with some good projects where they can balance housing and employment. And we just don't have the tools in our toolbox right now for that.
Okay. Carry on.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Sarah Caper. She's been our project manager on the Safe Streets Pinellas Initiative. Sarah, take it away.
Good morning.
What's your last name again?
Caper.
Caper, okay.
Thank you for having us this morning. So as Whit mentioned, we've been working on Safe Streets Pinellas for about a year and a half, and in March, the Forward Pinellas Board approved the goal of eliminating transportation fatalities and serious injuries by 2045. And why it's so important here in Pinellas County, on average, every day, 2 people are killed or seriously injured. This includes people in cars, people walking, on motorcycles, biking. So we know we have a big problem. These killed or severe injury collisions, or KSI, do impact people who are walking, biking, or on motorcycles much more than people in cars. So that does give us a place to start. But if you look in the chart up here, still more than half of our killed or seriously injured collisions are happening to people in cars as well. So one of the things we've been working on with the development of the action plan that the board also approved in March is to do a deeper dive into what's happening with these collisions. Where are they? Are there common characteristics? Are there location similarities that we could then address? As well as other types of non-engineering solutions. We know that you can't just design something and expect change to happen. We have to look at other aspects like education and working with partners as well. So what you see in front of you is a look at the high injury network and hotspots. This gives us a place to start. These are the worst areas for our collisions generally in these high injury networks, which are in blue on the map on the left. And then hotspots are generally intersections where we also see a lot of activity. And the map on the right is a zoom in at these hotspots in the Clearwater area and the types of collisions that we're seeing in these areas. We also, one thing to note is see a lot of connection between low-income and minority communities, our communities of concern, and the high injury network. And so some of that is due to speed, some of it is due to more people walking and biking, but 73% of the high injury network bounds or crosses through a community of concern, even though it's only 32% of our area in the county. And so this gives us a place to start and also a real need that we have to address. Something that's probably not surprising to you is this relationship with speed. 87% of the high injury network has speed limits of 40 miles per hour or higher, and we know that often people are driving above the speed limit. And then 66% has a speed limit of 45 miles per hour or higher. Speeding is a major contribution when people are in a fatal or severe injury collision, especially if you're walking, biking, or on a motorcycle, because if you're in a car, you have at least a little bit of protection. Though, of course, that's not always the case that people are, still killed in auto collisions. But people who are vulnerable are very much affected by the speed at which they're hit. As part of our effort, we developed this action plan with these series of next steps. The next steps include things related to implementing the action plan from a policy perspective, so developing a working group of member governments and others in the community who could help us make change. Also collecting data and reevaluating it as we go, developing crash profiles that we update on a regular basis. Education is a key component, and we envision working with our partners. We've had a lot of discussions with the Florida Department of Transportation already to see how we can work together on education efforts. When we were developing the action plan, we had a series of demonstration projects where we tested different elements of what safe streets could look like in Pinellas County. One of them was in partnership with Pinellas County and the City of Clearwater. We did an RRFB, the Rectangular Rapid Flashing Beacon project, where Pinellas County was already installing one at Nursery Road and the Duke Energy Trail. And we worked with your staff and with Pinellas County to do an education event. A woman was killed there in May of 2017, and so we worked with her family. They came out and said some words. We had flyers that we distributed, and we have available with education on how to use the RRFBs and some statistics about them. We did other demonstration projects as well. One was testing a near-miss collision technology, so looking at the video analytics at Alt-19 in Curlew to see what was happening. They installed video cameras for us, and we could see the paths of when people, for example, made left turns, how close they were to being hit by a car going straight. We could look at things like that and get an idea also of speed and red light running to give us some things that we could address. We're still working on 2 of the demonstration projects. One is testing a protected intersection, so pieces of the protected intersection so that when people are crossing an area on a bike, they have a little more protection, and also for the pedestrians, it's a little closer to cross, and that's in downtown St. Petersburg. And then we're working with the Florida Department of Transportation and the City of Indian Rocks Beach when they do resurfacing. They're going to be adding some additional crosswalks and green bike lanes that cross over the side streets on Gulf Boulevard and some of the parking lots. So we're hoping to learn a lot from those as to what might work and what works better. Also, it gives us information on how to best work with our partners. We also are looking at, with the action plan, elements related to street and roadway designs and best practices. The action plan has countermeasures for our partners, engineering specific countermeasures to look at ideas for when you are making changes. We are dedicating some of our funding to continuing with this. In the next year, we have money set aside, and we're looking at some additional demonstration projects and other things we can do to help support our local governments and other partners. And then one of the key elements to this is legislative. In this past legislative session, we saw RRFBs were very much being looked at being removed by the state legislature, and Whit and our team did a lot of work to provide education on why they're valuable and what makes them valuable and things like that. This we anticipate continuing in future sessions and also with other efforts. So right now we are looking at implementation. One of our early actions is speaking to our partner governments, such as yourself, to see if you'd be willing to support us. We have developed a resolution of support as well as comprehensive plan policies that we've shared with a lot of our government partners. We've been speaking, as I mentioned, with the Florida Department of Transportation and specifically looking at how we can address the high injury network and hotspots, though we know we have other areas we are concerned about outside of them. We're also working on developing a group to help address these. One of the benefits of Vision Zero and Safe Streets Pinellas is you bring together partners with different perspectives. We had a task force help us develop this. It included emergency management, included citizens, the transit agency, engineers, a range of partners. The business community was invited to attend as well through the Chambers of Commerce, and that helps us understand different needs and different ways we can work together on solutions. So we envision this working group being diverse and also helping us, giving us guidance and direction as we go. And then finally, continuing with the demonstration projects, we've found them to be very valuable, and so continuing to make sure we can test different things and also work out some areas that we hear concerns about where we could do something more temporary that might be able to be permanent in the future. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ed.
And demonstration projects are a great way to get things done without a lot of anxiety and commitment, because it's a demonstration, and we'll do a pilot and see how it goes, and then if it's successful, we can build on that. We are asking you all to consider adopting a resolution in support of Safe Streets Pinellas. We've had one other local government, in addition to our board, the city of St. Pete Beach is the first local government to have adopted the resolution. I believe Pinellas County will be doing so in July. And we would like to have a coalition of the willing throughout Pinellas County to help us drive down fatalities and injuries on our high injury network. This is definitely a collective action strategy. And I want to be real clear, resolution of support for Safe Streets Pinellas does not mandate anything. It does not commit you to a specific design or a specific project. We'll approach those on a case-by-case basis. It's really more of a commitment to guide your staff and you as elected officials that we're in this together and we're working toward a common solution. I'm just really frustrated sometimes when I look around the state and see Pinellas as an outlier where we have double the national fatalities on our roadways, and we're higher on a per rate on a population basis than Palm Beach, Orange County, Hillsborough County, Broward County. There's something going on here, and it's not just tourism, and it's not just Pinellas County being a small, compact county where we have a greater fatality rate than other large counties in Pinellas, in the state of Florida.
Do we have that resolution?
Have we sent that? Yes, we have provided that to your staff. And
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact status, but whenever you're comfortable taking that up, we'd be happy to hear that this summer sometime.
I don't believe that either the clerk or I have received it.
We'll make sure that we provide that to you.
Thank you.
Planning has it, from what I'm getting.
Okay.
I see planning back there.
Laura has it.
Yeah, we'll make sure. All right, thank you very much for that. I would like to just transition for a few quick minutes and talk about a few transportation updates. I mentioned earlier US 19. We're very happy to see that the segment from State Road 580 to Curlew Road, it's actually two projects that are going hand in hand, will be open for construction, starting construction this fiscal year, which is sometime after July 1st. And that will probably take about a 3-year period. But between 2022 and 2025, we will have that segment completed with overpasses. The signal at Republic Drive will be an overpass. There will be half-mile spacing of underpass crossings or overpass crossings for pedestrians and bikes to get through as the construction is built, so that we don't have to go in after the fact like we're doing for Harn Boulevard and building a much more expensive overpass later. So we're thrilled with that. I also want to mention that we have established a waterborne transportation committee and have been working with PSTA, our transit provider, to integrate waterborne transportation, water taxis, water ferries, whatever you want to call them, into the PSTA network. And that's one of the things that I think's been really lacking with the services provided, is they've been kind of one-off ad hoc arrangements, whether it's the Cross Bay Ferry or the Clearwater Ferry. And we have identified a conceptual system plan. The committee, Councilmember Albritton serves on that committee. We'll be meeting again in August or September. And we will be presenting a system plan as well as an estimate of cost and operating projects. We do know that there will be, just like the Jolly Trolley, probably some form of local commitment in order to attract and use federal and state funds to develop that network. So just a heads up that we have reached out to the county, the city of Dunedin. I believe Cassandra has spoken with you, Mayor, about that potential contribution, and that's to have the system, again, fare would be integrated. You could buy a 30-day pass and go between bus and water taxi, all that stuff that you can't really do effectively today. So it's in development, and stay tuned on that. Finally, one of our high priorities is the Downtown Intermodal Center, and I know that's an important project for the city of Clearwater as part of your redevelopment plans. PSTA is submitting a federal grant. It's called a RAISE grant. I don't even remember what the acronyms stand for. Equity is part of that. And that is a very competitive grant program. We've never been successful in Pinellas County in bringing home this particular grant over the years, but I think we've got a really good project, and I know it's a part of a lot of moving pieces, but getting that intermodal center moved out of the Park Street location and to the Myrtle Court Street location would be a big part of what PSTA wants to accomplish, and I believe what the city wants to accomplish. So we're very much in favor of that. Another project that is just now underway is an aerial gondola feasibility study. Sarah is part of that project management team. We are partnering with the Tampa Bay Area Regional Transit Authority to look at the feasibility of an aerial gondola system that I know the City Council has been addressing for a few years now. This is, they've had an RFP, they've hired a contractor. It's going to be a much more transparent and clear process. And over the next 8 to 12 months, we'll be looking at both the feasibility here from downtown to the beach and also in downtown St. Petersburg. And then we will keep you involved and bring forward any recommendations as we go forward. I'm looking forward to something new and interesting, but I want to make sure it's not just a one-off, that it can tie into an integrated network countywide.
When is that going to be complete?
I expect it'll be about an 8 to 10 month process, Sarah. Is that your sense?
Yes, we anticipate it'll be done within the year. And it did go underway, and they are looking at a site visit in July and have already started meeting with some individuals, I think, in the next couple of weeks.
We're going to have a discussion about it at our next work session in July, but how much is that study?
I believe T-BARTA has allocated somewhere around $500,000 to this. It was a legislative earmark that had to be spent on innovative technology, so the money was not particularly fungible.
Okay.
And again, they didn't request it, it was given to them by a legislative member.
Councilmember Albrecht?
Yeah, I saw David Green at the Shoulder Project, PSTA, and he actually sent me a email by the contractor saying that this week they were going to start contacting staff and question, so they put that together. So that was good. It meant, we've been talking about it a long time, and it sounds like it's at least the beginning of it is going to be starting real soon.
I think it's important to vet the concept thoroughly.
Yeah.
And so in the past, it's been presented as, if you just let me do this, we'll have magic. And I don't believe in magic. So, I think we need to be very thorough and analytical in looking at this concept. The last one I just want to mention is that we have been working on developing priorities for our active transportation network. And back in April, the Ford Pinellas Board adopted the trail overpass priorities. And at the Duke Energy Trail, and the number one priority on that list is the Duke Energy Trail at Gulf to Bay Boulevard. So we are hoping to move that into design in FY23 with cooperation from Duke Energy. The second priority was at 28th Street and Roosevelt Boulevard in St. Pete in the Caroline area. And the third priority that the board adopted was the Duke Energy Trail crossing State Road 580 at the Countryside Mall, where the Duke Energy Trail is going in there. When that trail opens, there will be a signal, a fully activated traffic signal crossing the 6 lanes of Countryside Boulevard. So not a flashing beacon, but a full signal. We think that'll be a safe treatment, but some members of the Pinellas County Commission and our board feel like an overpass would be a better solution. So eventually we would apply for funds for that overpass. The other thing is, you may have noticed and may have heard that The county has opened the trail segment between State Road 590, Sunset Point, and then up to the Enterprise Road crossing of US 19. And there is a at-grade rectangular rapid flashing beacon crossing Sunset Point Road. And there have been some complaints from motorists, from pedestrians, from bicyclists, from everybody, that they feel that that may not be the safest treatment there at that location. So we have just started a little $16,000 before and after study to look at the near-miss technology to see how people are interacting at Sunset Point. We're doing that in cooperation with the county and with the City of Clearwater staff, and then we will present our findings on that particular technology there. That is a candidate for a potential overpass. I don't know that we have the right-of-way and ability to do it there, but we think there could be better design and better pavement markings to enhance the safety at that location. Because when people come to or from US 19 in that location, they're not thinking they're gonna have to stop for a trail crossing, especially one that just opened. So stay tuned on that. We will share the data and the findings from that work, and we hope to have that work completed within about a month.
Mr. Horn?
With the at-grade crossings assumes the vehicle is driving the speed limit. And if that's not the case, then the surprise that you just described occurs. And there have been a number of at-grade crossings in Clearwater, that I travel, and if you're not traveling the speed limit, then when that beacon goes off, you're gonna have trouble stopping.
That's right.
So if there's any thought about going forward, what is a safer approach, then we really need to look at whether we think we have the ability to control speeders. Because if we don't, then I think we've got to look at overhead crossings. Because if I were a bike rider or if I were a pedestrian crossing the at-grade crossings based on what I've seen over the last several years, I'm not sure I'd feel really safe doing that.
I have crossed that location both as a pedestrian and a bicyclist, and I agree with you. There's definitely a shared responsibility.
Yes.
Don't just run out there. Make sure the cars are coming to a stop and make sure they see you. But I will say that when you have a one-off rapid flashing beacon like that, and it's just one for a stretch of road, that it is a bit of a challenge because people get up to a head of speed and they're not used to that. But if you drive down Gulf Boulevard on our beaches and you see where we have those in succession, they're very effective speed management strategies. And you cannot go more than 35 miles an hour down Gulf Boulevard because those lights will go off. And so, you got to have them in succession, I think, or you've got to do a better job with design to lower the speed. And I wouldn't put those on a road more than 40, and you're at 40 miles an hour on Sunset Point. So you're right at that upper limit of where those devices are appropriate. There are other types of devices that we could do there at grade without a $7 million overpass.
Right.
But they require a little more delay, and they build in a little more stopping time for both cars and bikes and pedestrians. So the RRFB is a good win-win solution, but it doesn't work everywhere. So good point.
Well, I think a lot of it goes back to the education too.
It does.
I was sitting at Palm today going to work, and somebody trying to get to the county building put on one of the beacons. 30 cars went by before they finally stopped. And I don't know why we're not looking at overpasses on Court and Chestnut when we're looking at overpasses in other areas that don't have the volume of traffic.
I've asked that issue as well. I think it comes down to cost and right-of-way and disruption. But I totally agree with you. That's not a safe place to cross on the trail. And that's where we're hoping that with Imagine Clearwater, we can create a better north-south trail connection and tie in directly with the Memorial Causeway Trail. Because when you're out there at Court and Chestnut, I think you really discourage a lot of potential bike riders. And I mean, you got to cross because there's a Walgreens there and there's destinations there. But if we can find a better routing plan that ties in better with the Memorial Causeway Trail further to the west in downtown, I think that would make sense. And we've been working with your team on potential connections that would make that trail much better.
Councilmember Beckman.
I got a question about that, like those dangerous crossings across Sunset. Is there a possibility of putting in like rumble strips ahead and signage that says, you know, caution, trail crossing ahead, to just give people a little bit of a further heads up?
There are, yes, absolutely. It's a county-maintained road, so we just have to have the county agree to that. But just like you do on rural highways, when you're coming up to the one random, you know, traffic signal where you have the rumble strips, I think there's a lot of things that we could do out there that are supported by the engineering manuals, but you just need to think what's the right mix of signage, markings, and pavement treatments.
Just remember that is surrounded by residential, and when you put the rumble strips in, you're gonna get a lot of calls.
That's right, they do have a noise issue.
And then, you know, when we talk about multimodal and bike routes and safer bike routes, you know, down Court, and Court or Myrtle, and I'm thinking particularly of North Beach and riding your bike through the beach area. Is there ever the consideration of having some kind of a painted marker, like a trail on the road that says this is a safer bike route to go through the neighborhoods rather than down Mandalay?
Yes, the concept is called a bicycle boulevard,
Okay.
where you're not modifying the roadway.
Right.
You're just putting paint down and some signs, and I'm a big fan of that. St. Petersburg has a citywide complete streets implementation plan, and a big part of that are those bicycle boulevards. And I don't think they call them that, they have a different term for it. But it's wayfinding and guidance, essentially, to the lower speed, lower volume roadways. And I think that's a missing part of a lot of our bicycle network in Pinellas County. I really applaud St. Petersburg for implementing it and working on it, because it's cheaper than
It's
building
very
something.
cheap. It's gotta be super cheap.
A lot
You're just
cheaper.
putting paint down on the road.
You have to maintain the
And
paint,
education.
but you gotta maintain everything you build anyway. Good point. That's really all I had today. I do want to let you know that we do have an automatic trail counter program that's done by infrared cameras. So we keep track of that, and it wouldn't surprise you that our trail counts are almost off the charts. That greenish yellow line at the top is 2020, where we more than doubled our trail usage. And most of our counters are on the Pinellas Trail, the traditional part from Tarpon all the way down to St. Pete. And Dunedin, Palm Harbor, way off the charts in terms of where the most activity is. And I don't have May data here yet, but the blue line there is tracking the green line pretty well. All those people last year went out and bought bikes and, you know, wanted to get fit and had nothing else better to do, and they weren't commuting into work. They're still out there on the road. So we're seeing a heightened level of walking and bicycling on our network. Finally, I want to mention that the Drew Street Corridor Study has been a significant topic of interest to you all and to us, and we have a feasibility study underway to look at the operations and safety improvements along that corridor. It is one of our highest priority projects, and it is scheduled for some funding. We don't know if it'll be the ultimate recommendations, but design and operations funding is in place in FY23 and 24. And the Department of Transportation is beginning the scoping process for the design of any improvements coming out of this feasibility study starting in September. So the department is eager to wrap up their recommendations by September of this year. I don't have any new information on what those recommendations are, but I know that people in the city of Clearwater are very interested in this topic. And we just want to make sure that there's consensus and common ground on the different segments of Drew Street. So stay tuned on that. We expect to have those recommendations in hand certainly by end of July, early August, and that will inform the scoping of the design. You'll have to go through your deliberation to see what you support and accept, and we'll work with you on your timeline for that.
Can you keep us informed, though, of the schedule? Because we are getting a lot of requests. People want to be a part of the process, not only on Drew Street, but also the Gulf to Bay Belcher intersection.
Right. Got a couple of very high-profile projects in your city. We will keep you informed.
With a lot of passion.
Absolutely. I've heard it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Beckman?
Well, on the meeting we had on Drew Street, which was in early spring, the director from FDOT, his name is Brian?
The project manager,
Project
Brian
manager.
Schroyer. Yes.
Yeah, he had indicated there were going to be community meetings this summer for feedback. And I cannot get a date or information about those. And if you're saying that recommendations are the end of July and early August, what's going on with that? Because people are waiting with their calendars open,
That's
ready
right.
to put it on.
I'll follow up with Brian. I think we made a request to him late last week for an update on that. I don't know that we've heard yet. But yeah, I think those would be scheduled probably in mid-July is my sense. And it will present some options that they've come up with based on your Complete Streets plan that you adopted a couple of years ago, but also introducing some new alternatives as well.
And where's the best place for residents to find the information about those meetings once they're scheduled?
We will put them on our website at fordpinellas.org, but I believe the department has a studies website. And what I can do is follow up with an email, I don't know, to the clerk, to then distribute that to you all of what those specific locations would be for people to check and refresh their browser if they need to.
Yeah, thank you.
But we'll be sure to let you know as soon as those meetings get scheduled.
Any other questions for Mr. Blunt or Ms. Caper? Thank you both for coming out. Great presentation. Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, item 3.1.
Approve the contract for sale of real property by the City of Clearwater contract between the city and East West Electric, Inc., and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same, together with all other instruments required to effect closing. Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Bill Kirkpatrick, Senior Economic Development Coordinator. The property was declared surplus by council on March 4th and subsequently was placed out for bid. Buyer executed a purchase agreement that conforms with all the requirements set by council, with one exception. Contract is contingent upon a clean environmental report. Staff recommends council approve the sale, and I'm open for whatever questions you may have.
Any questions? Councilmember Beckman.
Who pays for that clean environmental report? Do they pay for it?
Great question.
Denise
It's
is
at-
shaking her head up and down.
Yes, they pay for it?
Who is?
Denise,
Yes.
your boss. So I'd say,
The
I
buyer
agree
is.
with her.
The buyer does?
That's a yes from the city attorney too. All right.
So they.
Well, I'll try better on the next question.
It's okay, it's Monday.
So that's good. They're paying for that report, and are they in the process of studying it right now?
No, not yet. They're waiting for council to ratify before
Okay.
they spend the money.
Okay, and then, do you know what they plan to do with that property? Like how many jobs they might bring, or what they're going to be doing at that?
Well, since no incentives were requested, granted, or involved, we don't have details or executed details about that. Their plan is to relocate their current electrical contracting business to that. They're currently located just north of the railroad tracks. Forgive me, I can't remember the cross street. They're in rental property. Casual conversation by the owner has indicated to me they intend to increase staffing substantially.
Right.
And the profile of employment in electrical contractor, it's substantial in terms of salaries. They include hiring electrical engineer and multiple electricians.
Great. That's all good news. Thank you.
It is.
Other questions? Consent?
Yep.
Item 4.1.
Approve Amendment 3 to the Master Agreement and Software License Agreement of January 10, 2001 between Ventive Technology, Inc. and the City of Clearwater to upgrade the claim software and transition to the cloud, to provide maintenance and updates as needed from July 1, 2021 through July 1, 2027, for a not-to-exceed amount of $230,000 for a 7-year term pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.564, exempt from bidding, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Good morning. Rick Osorio, Risk Manager. The Risk Management Division of the Finance Department seeking renewal of our 3-year contract with Ventive Technologies, Inc., who purchased our former claims software company, David, 2 years ago. The previous agreement in place with David at the time was honored, which resulted in a smooth transition with no changes in terms or disruption of service. The proposed renewal agreement is for 7 years and includes maintenance and support of its software for a total of $208,700.94, along with initial non-recurring setup deployment and consulting fees of $19,535. The master agreement includes annual maintenance and support fees, which will increase each year during the renewal term at the rate of 2%. With this renewal, Ventive Technologies is also recommending upgrading and migrating our claims data to their host servers or the cloud, and also the installation of their latest version of their Claims Premier software. The transition to a new host environment is timely since our current data location is nearing the end of its technical support. With this proposed upgrade in environment and software, the Risk Management Department will be able to process claims more efficiently, provide faster service to our departments in managing their claims and requests for lost data. In addition, the term of the agreement will insulate the city from potential increased pricing in the marketplace for these services. The Risk Management Division is respectfully requesting approval of this agreement with Ventive Technology. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Vice Mayor?
Is the not to exceed number, is that an annual number, or is that the total cost for 7 years?
That's the
Or
total
6
cost for 7 years. Yes,
So this is cheap software. We've got contracts for software that are much higher than this.
Well, I wouldn't say they're cheap, but they've been reasonable. We've had relationships with them since 2001, so they've been good to us. Yeah.
No problem.
Councilmember Beckman?
I just have a question for my education. Why is this exempt from bidding, this type of a contract? It says exempt from bidding.
That's a good question. I'm not
I just didn't
exactly
know.
sure. I think it relates to insurance and claims, but
Okay.
Jay can probably help me.
Insurance professional services are exempt per the purchasing ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Consent?
Yep.
5.1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Approve a proposal from Construction Manager at Risk, the A.D. Morgan Corporation for Tampa, Florida, for construction upgrades to the compressed natural gas filling station in Clearwater for the guaranteed maximum price of $2,264,431. Declare surplus on one natural gas-powered compressor located at the filling station and authorize for disposal at auction in accordance with the Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.623, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Warrington.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Chuck Warrington, Executive Director of the Clearwater Gas System. This is an upgrade to our station. It's been in operation for about 10 years. We've had multiple problems with the mechanical generator or compressor there. So this will take that out and replace it with 2 electric compressors, and then dispose of the old compressor. Yes.
Councilmember Albritton?
Is this the one that we constantly have problems with it? I thought we were getting parts for that to fix it.
Well, we've done that as much as we could possibly do it. It hasn't been operating now for about the last year and a half. We've had a temporary operation out there, and it's time to put it to bed.
Yeah.
And put good compressors in there for the next 10-year operation.
Good, I'm tired of hearing about it.
Yeah, and it's critical because about 80 solid waste trucks fuel there on a daily basis and depend on that station being up and available. And so when we have troubles there, it's a real problem for solid waste.
Okay.
Are there any other vehicles using this, or just our fleet?
There's, I think, about 125 vehicles use it each week. 80 of them are solid waste. About 30 are Clearwater gas vehicles. We've got 1 vehicle in Parks and Rec, and there's about a dozen public vehicles that come through there. We've got a couple trucking fleets. We've got 11 vans from one of the service companies. So there are some other vehicles, but predominance of the usage is our vehicles.
So there hasn't been great adoption.
Well, quite frankly, with the problems we've had at the station, we haven't pushed it real heavy up until now. Once this station's in full operation, I think we will begin trying to market it a little bit more heavily.
Are there other municipalities surrounding us that use CNG?
No, there are not, and which is surprising. We've talked to Dunedin. Their vehicles go right past us, and we've talked to Safety Harbor about getting a vehicle there. For some reason, they just have not moved on it.
So they're still using diesel?
Yes, they're using diesel.
Okay. Councilmember Beckman.
I just wanted to make a comment at the cost of this. So we have, over $2.2 million for this infrastructure for natural gas, which is good to fuel our solid waste trucks and other vehicles. And then I'm assuming we have diesel filling stations for like fire trucks and stuff, right? They're not pulling up to the mobile station.
There's
Right.
diesel tanks out at the solid waste facility.
Yeah. And so while we look at this big number now, in the future, as people will advocate for EV infrastructure, and there's a price with that as we move forward, I just want to keep it in context that there's a price for infrastructure and fuel in city business. And so we'll just keep this big number in mind as I ask for EV infrastructure as we transition fleets over and things like that.
And we built that into the economic analysis on this. We assumed that solid waste will begin in about 3 or 4 years testing at least some electric vehicles, and we'll see how that works. But in the meantime, we have to keep the 80-something vehicles moving.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Warrington? Consent?
Yes.
6.1.
Approve a revocable license agreement between All Around Amusements LLC and the City of Clearwater to provide entertainment concessions at Pier 60 Park from May 17, 2021 through May 16, 2022, with the option for 4 one-year term extensions, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Chris Cook, Senior Manager in Parks and Recreation. Earlier this year, we issued an RFP, 1621, for beach amusement vendors. It had a specific size and scope that we've been comfortable with the type of amusements out on the beach. We did receive some questions about adding carousels and Ferris wheels and things that are outside of that scope. So with what actually went out and what we were comfortable with, we had one vendor reply, which was our current operator, All Around Amusements. And so this request to you is to accept the contract to retain them for 1 year with an option for 4 additional. And I'll take any questions.
Questions? I mean, the amount is the same. Have they increased their prices?
They have not increased their prices. No, they've added some packaging with some hotels where people can get a little bit more bang for their buck through packages, but on a day-to-day basis, they have not increased daily rides or prices.
Okay. Any other questions? Consent? 6.2.
Approve co-sponsorship and waiver of requested city fees and service charges for 31 co-sponsored special events at an estimated general fund cost of $548,225, $83,750 in cash contributions, and $464,475 in in-service contributions, and enterprise fund cost of $67,605 for the purposes of fiscal year 2021-2022 departmental budget submittals. Mr. Cook.
Thank you again, Mr. Horn. This item is an annual item that's used to help the different departments, part of the Special Events Committee, to prepare their budgets. There is quite a few numbers in here, so I'll just point out a few key highlights. Our cash request is down this year due to primarily the biggest item there was the Florida Orchestra without Coachman Park, and this time is not seeking any funds to put on events in Clearwater. The overall general fund reduction of 76,000, a little over 76,000 on this, but the enterprise is just slightly up, just over 2,000 Some of the ebbs and flows are with Coachman Park being closed. Some of the annual events that have been hosted there are moving to various locations, which means could be some rise in production costs, but some decreases in other costs. For instance, anything moving to Baycare Ballpark would have, less rentals because it's has more amenities at that facility. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Beckman.
I have a question about the Community Family Fun Night that isn't receiving funding or didn't request funding. That's been a pretty successful event. I worked the bounce house for like 5 hours in a row, and it was nonstop. Are they not wanting to do that this year?
I wouldn't say they're not wanting to do it. We had several emails and phone calls encouraging them to meet the deadline that was upcoming, and it did not make it to the deadline to be able to bring to you today. I do anticipate that may be one that they are going to be asking the council to support. So if they do, we will talk to you about it then. But as I said, it didn't make the deadline for us to have on the documents to show you all today.
Okay,
We occasionally amend this list.
all right. And the Miracle on Cleveland Street, wasn't that fairly successful? They decided not to do that again?
Yeah, we didn't get any applications from the Ruth Eckerd Hall conglomerate about some of those events that they've done for Blast Fridays or Miracle on Cleveland. It had nothing to do with the city not encouraging them or not wanting to pursue those events. They were not applied for.
Did people assume that things were a little different because of COVID last year?
I think that's a safe assumption. Yeah, I know because of the amount of time we have to put requests in for budget requests, I think there was some hesitations with uncertainties of what would happen when these applications were due. So to the mayor's point, I think we may have some off-cycle, as we call them, kind of requests come in, and we'll handle those as they come in. And we understand there's uncertainties that are becoming to be a little bit more clear.
And then you have a list that's, and I should know this, but I'm just going to ask because I don't know. You've got a category with the enterprise funds that are being used for this. What, Parks and Rec has an enterprise fund associated with it? Like what enterprise fund is being used for these types of?
Yeah, so the enterprise funds would be through solid waste, gas, marina and parking. So that doesn't include Parks and Recreation. I'm not sure which page it would be listed on for you, but under the Enterprise Department's Funds 2122, kind of has a blue header to it, is those specific enterprise funds.
All right, so that's for like services, solid waste would be for,
For dumpster rentals.
Right, all that kind of.
Yep, and there are times too where those departments will send out staff to do additional cleanups and things of that nature. Parking is a big one for that, especially one of the big numbers on here increases is for a U.S. sailing event. The amount of days and beach parking is where costs can really rise with that.
And the gas I saw was like, that's probably for table sponsorships and things. It's pretty minimal.
Yeah, gas for Coachman Park, gas was a lot higher because they would have staff out there operating a gas system in the park. Now that we don't have that, vendors are left to their own devices.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cook? Consent? 6.3.
Approve a proposal to Coors Construction, Inc. of Pinellas Park, Florida, in the amount of $479,077.51 for Phase 2 pool renovations at Ross Norton Aquatic Complex, located at 1426 South Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, pursuant to RFQ 40-20, Construction Manager at Risk Services, continuing contracts, transfer $136,000 from CIP 93635, park amenities, to CIP 93271, swimming pool R&R, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Halios.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Mayor, Council, Jim Halios, Director Parks and Recreation. The item that we have before you today is for Phase 2 renovations at the Ross Norton Recreation and Aquatics Complex in the amount of $449,000. Phase 1 renovations occurred just before camp started, and those were repairing of broken slabs of concrete, installing bronze ladders on the decking, repairing diving board pool beam, electrical bonding in certain areas, and then basically to make the pool safe for use this summer camp. And then after the summer is completed, we will go forward with the Phase 2 renovations that were outlined in there. They're more extensive, and then the Ross Norton pool will be up to snuff. So we anticipate starting that end of August, right around when we close the pool down for the season. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
Questions for Mr. Halios? Councilmember Beckman?
So you expect to close the pool at the end of August?
Actually, I misspoke on that. Usually, traditionally, it's after Labor Day, and that is when we close the pool in that area, so.
All right, so I have a couple questions. Have you considered, or was it considered to put a heater in that pool to be able to be used a little longer?
That pool did have a heater, and we actually took that out, and then the heater was reinstalled at the Morningside pool just for the amount of use that it gets. As a former supervisor of that recreation center, I can tell you in the community that after Labor Day, that pool is not used. Even when we we would keep it open on the weekend for certain hours, but the use of that facility and that particular pool it's not a need that the community has come forward that we've seen, and I can tell you that from a historical standpoint of being the supervisor of that recreation center.
All right, you know, and I speak as a person who loves the water and a swimmer, competitive swimmer, but, you know, when it's hot in September, it just seems like it'd be nice, but if the numbers don't support it, having people use that pool through September into October, you know, I guess you close it right after Labor Day, and then to not have a heater installed, like, how much is a heater to add on to the cost to heat a pool? Well, of course, there's the ongoing fuel cost, right, to keep it going.
Yes,
There's
you
the
know.
heater itself, and then it's the cost.
Exactly, so I wouldn't want to give you a number because I'm not, really comfortable with what that amount would be, but I can tell you it's in the hundreds of thousands to have that in there. And then just when it's not used all the time, then you have maintenance issues that occur, and then you have to go back in there and do that. So like I said, we used to have huge boilers that operated that pool and kept it warm. But as we went through the seasonality of it, it just was not something that we utilized.
Okay. And then, are there contingencies if they don't finish this contract by February of 2022? You know, like, it says we're hoping that they're going to finish by February of 2022, but are there any penalties if they're delayed? Like, what happens if they're not open till June or July?
Well, traditionally, this has not ever been an issue for us, and those pools primarily don't open until the beginning of May. So we're comfortable with that they'll be done by then. But, we do have mechanisms in place should that not occur.
Has North Greenwood's pools been resurfaced already? 'Cause that's an older facility.
Yeah, they have been. We go in there and we, kind of the different ways that we approach it is, we schedule through the CIP process. So I believe that they're probably the next one up. I'd have to look to make sure, but they're usually, primarily what happens is that Norton, since it's an older pool and was kind of reconfigured when we moved in there and redid it, we have a lot more problems that occur that we have to address as far as cracking on the deck and things of that nature.
So the pool was revamped, that's right, when the new rec center, okay. I just wondered if North Greenwood had lasted longer and if it's somewhat a function of the contractors.
Yeah, I think the repurposing of it is probably, like we said, we redid it, and when you reconfigure things like that, you come into issues and you paper over cracks in certain areas, and then
All right.
that's how we address it.
Consent?
Yes.
6.4.
Authorize a purchase order to Impact Sports Surfaces of Deerfield Beach, Florida, in an amount not to exceed $181,132.10, which includes a 10% contingency to provide and install gymnasium flooring at the Long Center Gymnasium pursuant to Colorado Code of Ordinances Section 2.564, cooperative contracts transfer $32,531.90 from CIP 93654, Recreation Center Infrastructure to CIP 93278, the Long Center Infrastructure, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Not Lockwood.
Again, thank you, Mayor, Council. The item that we have before you is for the replacement of the Long Center floor. We actually came to you in August of 2020 asking to have this project completed. It was with this and the Countryside Rec Center flooring that we had done. Due to delays because of COVID, we were not able to get the Long Center flooring completed. Countryside was completed. That I think has a lot to do with the type of floor. Countryside is a synthetic floor. It's not as big. Where at the Long Center we have a large wooden floor with three huge courts. So this allows us to go in there and replace it, and then we'll be able to do that. And this is the one actually that is August. I have my dates mixed up. So primarily end of summer camp, we're looking to get in there and start with this, and then have it completed before Festival of Trees. So that way everything's runs in concurrency. So I'd be happy to answer any questions with that.
Questions for Mr. Halios, Vice Mayor?
That's a lot of wood floor to be taking up. I know it's been there a long time, but do we do anything, or does anybody repurpose the wood flooring that's being taken up?
I can check with the contractor on that, but usually that wood has a useful life. We got in there last year and we did one more kind of sanding and recoating, and then there's not much left to sand now. So, but no, that's a good question. I can find out. I would imagine the manufacturer hopefully would take that, or the installer, and then, repurpose it somewhere with someone else. I don't know if that's part of our purchasing process there, but we'll look into that.
If you've ever seen wood floors being dismantled, they ruin them.
Yeah, so
So
there may be the answer
I don't
to the
think it's
question
going to
right
be
there.
repurposed.
Yeah.
So the delay that occurred, is that causing this additional 32.5?
That and the price of wood is just went up significantly, so that, I think it's a little bit of both what we have going on there.
But didn't we have a contract back then?
Yes, but the pricing in the contract would fluctuate. I don't know that we were particularly locked in on that. And again, it was to source the material as well. That was an issue for us.
Okay. Consent?
Yep.
7.1, thank you, Mr. Halios.
Thank you.
Declare surplus for the purpose of sale through invitation to bid 46-21, 450 public parking spaces located in condominium unit PUB of the North Beach Plaza condominium parking unit at 490 Poinsettia Street, Clearwater. Said real property legally described as condominium unit PUB of North Beach Plaza condominium, a condominium, according to the declaration of condominium thereof, recorded in official records, book 19444, page 145, and any amendments thereto, and the plat thereof recorded in condominium plat book 159, page 91 of the public records of Pinellas County, Florida, together with this undivided share in the common elements pertinent thereto. Mr. Burzak.
Good morning, Robert Burzak, Real Estate Services. On December 29, 2016, the city acquired fee simple ownership of the parking garage containing 450 spaces on levels 3 to 6 of North Beach Parking Plaza garage. Appraised value has been determined to be $11,160,000 and $13,250,000 by separate appraisers. The city's investment in the parking condo is $11,580,246, which was derived from the $11,314,800 acquisition costs, plus the $198,946 agreed upon increases in construction costs, and $66,000 consultant fees for design and construction oversight. City manager recommends council set the figure at the $11,580,246 figure in support declaring the property surplus for purpose of sale through invitation to bid. Any
Questions? Councilmember Beckman.
Can you just articulate like the pros and cons of selling these 450 spaces?
That may be
that's-
better for Jeremy to tackle.
Good morning, Jeremy Alshouse, parking manager. I've worked on the pros and cons at the beginning of this. Essentially, the pros are that the current agreement that we've entered into with our partner, Paradise, has been not favorable to the city. We're owning the middle floors they own the bottom floors and the top floor. Of course, the majority of revenue, majority of people when they park on the first two floors, so they're getting constant revenue. We're getting sporadic revenue. The result was, but we still are contractually obligated to take care of our expenses. So the expenses weren't, especially early on in COVID, the expenses were not covering, the revenues were not covering the expenses. So we ran at a deficit last year. The big con to selling the garage is we have been putting a lot of monthly passes, selling a lot of monthly passes for beach employees. That's way below market. So, and in the last 2 months, we've seen a dramatic rise in the number of people that are putting in for that. I think that might have a lot to do with businesses that are kind of like turning on and hiring employees. So we have a lot more employees coming to us. Additionally, the parking, I think, is going up in the private parking agencies nearby. So that's seeing a renewed interest in the discounted rates at the North Beach Parking Plaza for employees. So we have 436 as of last Thursday, passes. So those people would have to be at the mercy of the new owner if they were to raise the price. They'd no longer have the benefit of the $40 a month discounted rate. We would try to take on as many of those as we could in other lots, but that North Beach area, there's roughly, I think, 275 spaces off-street in our various other lots. The two lots that are on the beach, as well as the lot that's by McKay and the lot that's over by the rec center, are the only ones in that North Beach area that we could kind of move people to, and those are very popular. Those get filled. So we're kind of reaching critical mass to sort of take on another group of people that are displaced by that parking garage acquisition. Could be problematic.
Okay, so it costs $40 to park there, $40 a month to park there, and that's a discounted rate if you're an employee who works on the beach?
Correct. You have to show proof monthly that you're employed on the beach in order to get that pass at that rate.
Okay, and then can a resident who doesn't work on the beach get a $40 a month pass?
Not currently. They have to be employed somewhere.
They have to be employees. And when a resident buys the beach parking pass, it includes like 7 lots, 7 different parking areas throughout close to the water?
That sounds right. I know some of those lots include like the Courtney Campbell Causeway and the Sailing Center, I believe. Mm-hmm. So there's really like 4 or 5 lots on the beach that they're
close to water?
Closer to water, yes.
4 or 5 lots close
Yes.
to water. All right, and so if we sold, all right, and those are just for residents, right? I mean, those are.
Correct.
And do they usually go? Are they usually all scooped up?
They're
'Cause I
fully
remember-
subscribed.
Fully subscribed, yeah. Are they gone?
The residential passes,
Yes.
you mean? Yeah, we've seen an increase in them. We actually increased the number of resident passes that we sold this year.
Okay.
I have a presentation coming up, and I'm going to touch more.
Oh, that's right, we do have more
I'm
on
going to
that.
touch more on the resident parking passes
Okay.
during that.
All right, so if we want to, if we want to charge more for employees to park down there to at least break even, what would we have to charge?
I haven't worked out that math exactly. Originally, when the North Beach Parking Plaza first opened up, they were trying to charge $80, and we could get no takers. So that's how the price went down to $40. I do think that we are in a position where we just keep the garage. It's time for analysis and a possible price increase on that, but obviously that depends on what goes on with this item that's before you.
And do you know if the employers on the beach help subsidize that parking for their employees?
Some do, but I don't have the number as far as the percentage. But I know some will pay for their employees. I also know that we have had in the past some of the hotels, because they can, and they charge so much for their parking. They actually subsidize that they put their employees in the North Beach parking, they're not doing it currently, but they would put their employees in the North Beach parking plaza so that they could then sell their spaces at their hotel for a higher price.
So if we sell it and, you know, a new owner raises the price a lot, then 436 employees who work down on the beach are most likely going to have to pay more, or they're going to find another job somewhere where parking doesn't cost a whole bunch.
We're not using 436 spaces for employees.
Well, we've sold 436 passes now, it's only 450 spaces, so we're relying on and we still do have transients coming on a regular basis. We're relying on the fact that all of those people aren't going to show up ever at one time. It's, you know, they're working different shifts, they're working opposing shifts, sometimes they're working opposing days, so we have oversold. We just stopped that last week, knowing that this is coming forward, so we're kind of full. We're declaring it full until this goes forward. But yeah, they would, at various times, you see a rise and a decrease in the number of people parking, but
Because if I'm working down there and I've got my $40 a month pass, but I'm not working this weekend or this Thursday, I'm going to give my pass to a friend that they can go down there and park for the beach for the
so
day.
we're locked in, they can't do that. The passes are issued
Through a car?
electronically by their license plate.
Oh, by their license
If you
plate.
get a pass, it's for your
They
vehicle.
can take my car, maybe.
Yeah, that's what they actually have to take your
Okay,
car. And, you know, anytime
Yeah.
in parking, people are trying to figure out some way to skirt the system. If you want to donate your car,
Yeah.
if you sold your car for $35 a time or whatever, then yeah, I mean, we don't encourage that obviously, but you know, you can't eliminate all types of,
But if they're working 40 hours a week, then they're paying a quarter an hour.
oh yeah, $40 an hour
It is
is
a
a
huge
huge
subsidy.
discount. It is a gigantic subsidy.
I
It
mean,
really
let's
is.
call it what it is. It's a subsidy.
It's a big bonus for the employers down there on the beach
Yeah.
for us to do this.
Councilmember Albritton.
Yeah, Jeremy, this is, it's a conundrum because, I've been getting a lot of pushback from owners on the beach that have employees that say, what are we gonna do? And, I know the buyers of the condominium are, they're seeing that the value is less based on the income. We're saying, well, we want to get, the 11.5. They're definitely, if we sell it, their rates are going to go up considerably, and they're not taking passes. So my concern would be with the employees on the bid, and we have a lot of them. This doesn't help all of them, and I understand what the hotels on the south side are doing. So I don't know, I'd like to maybe come up with some kind of a plan where we get, the beach businesses involved as well to help their employees pay for the parking passes. I mean, if they're working out there. I know some do, but, it's definitely a disadvantage to work out on the beach. I don't want to see us put the beach in, a position where they can't service.
We've already seen, we see on a regular basis, the marina lot is filling to capacity. We have people waiting to get in.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, once we sell these, we're ample spaces to park people, even with support of the businesses, I think we really need to start looking at building another garage. Or some other alternate arrangement to be had to park more people.
Yeah.
And that garage can be very, very profitable. I'm sure it will be for whoever buys it. But our rates have been historically low. We keep them low, call it a subsidy, call it trying to help out the community, call it what you want, but our rates are half, if not 1/3 of what the private parking entities are charging.
Have we looked at other plans? I know the marina, I've seen plans for a parking garage there in the future, but,
So I'm in the early stages of exploring that further. I actually would like to
start a parking study, if you will, to determine like what is, but that also depends on which, you know, which way council kind of feels that we should go. You know, how much are we to supplement parking on the beach for the residents? How far do we go? How much, you know, is that our, you know, our mandate going forward? Or do we just want to be in the game? Do we want to provide something? But basically, commissioning a study to see what would be an appropriately sized garage on there, you know, not to build it for spring break and then have it sit idle most of the year, but to accommodate both, you know, a mix of the employees as well as the daily tourists.
We don't have a parking study sitting on the shelf? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, we have a
Good.
parking study for downtown. I don't know about one for the beach, but I don't know if
We've
it's.
done them for the beach, I can
I-
assure you of that.
Right, I'm sure we
I mean,
have.
we looked at a parking garage down on South Beach, at the surface lot, at Pier 60, at the marina, so there were parking studies that have been done. I don't know how old they are.
And I believe the most recent one that I'm aware of, I don't know if anybody else is aware of anymore, is the one that was done in conjunction with the North Beach Parking Plaza. Obviously, that's changed. That added 700 spaces, so, you know,
Yeah.
things do change.
Go ahead, and then Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna support this because I think that the city ought to get out of it what they put in it. And then we can make plans, but I'd like to see some kind of resolve on the issue of the, you know, the employees over on the beach, because I know we have a problem. We've had one for a while, so we need to just be aware of that, and I'd like to see something that maybe would help that out.
Vice Mayor and then Mr. Horn.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to stay positive here, but, I mean, I understand selling this gives us around $12 million to build another parking garage somewhere. Because there is no debt associated with this other than our contractual expenses to the existing garage, which is a great thing. Don't get me wrong. You know, as far as businesses out there, I can't speak for all of them, but I know the Palm Pavilion, we have every month on the 20th of the month is the deadline, and our employees know it. If you want a parking pass, an employee parking pass, you got to let us know by the 20th. We submit the name and the license plate number that goes with their vehicle to the city. We pay the $40, and then we pay the $40 for them, and then they give us $20 back. We split the $40 with them. We think that's a very fair thing, and it works well for us. Now, there's a lot of other businesses on the beach. There's a lot more employees than just what the Palm Pavilion employs. But, you know, without employees, you don't have businesses. Without businesses, you don't have a destination. So there's a balance in here that we've got to try and find. I've also been in favor for many, many years, and it'll come up in your parking presentation later. I think, you know, a resident of the city of Clearwater should be able to pay a certain amount of money, $125, $150 a year, to get a sticker that's going to go on their car, not a hang tag that gets passed around, but basically allows them to park in any public space in the city of Clearwater at any time, period. No restrictions. I think we'd make a ton of money selling those. But now I'm going to try and circle back to what the agenda item is. I'm comfortable putting this out. I'd be more comfortable if the minimum bid accepted would be $12 million flat, but we'll see. But that's.
Well, we're going to have a public hearing on this on Thursday, so, Mr. Horn?
Couple of things, Mayor and Council. I want to go back to 20 years ago when Beach by Design was written, and the commitment that came out of that was that we would pursue having a parking garage for patron parking to support the Mandalay corridor of businesses. there really was no focus on that parking being created for employees. When we had the public parking in the Hyatt and Surf Style, that parking was previously on the beach. So the incentives that we provided for that beach redevelopment of those hotels provided public parking, and we basically established a limit on how much they could charge for, I think, 7 years. And then that restriction went away, and then, of course, we saw the parking, that public parking increase in price. So I think we have to keep in the back of our mind what was the real purpose of the parking garage on the North Beach parking garage from a public parking perspective. We can certainly, change the purpose of that parking and make it more employee focused. But I think we have had challenges in managing public parking garages. And so I think, yes, we do know we have to find a way to address our own employee parking, and then the level of subsidy that we are providing, quite frankly, has actually worked against us. We're scheduling a total, I believe, 3 parking inequities conversations with you. We're using the work session to do it. But all that does is highlight the fact that we don't have enough parking. And we have, through various and sundry ways, found, not us necessarily, but certainly in interacting with our public and our patrons, found a way to create inequities that we at some point have got to step up and say, we will acknowledge and keep these inequities, or we're going to eliminate them. And so I'm looking forward to these conversations. We're going to have one today at the end of this meeting, and we're going to have some more. But I think we've got to deal with the elephant in the room, and I think only the council can give me the guidance and the recommendation of how you want to proceed in this space of inequities. And I'm ready to do that.
Councilmember Bunker.
Well, as mentioned, our real problem is we need more parking spaces. I asked, what is the advantage of us selling our portion of the garage, and it was so we could have money to build parking downtown where we're going to need it. I don't know if that's the full answer or not, but that's the answer that I got. Also, I've been told that, leading up to our year of COVID, we had started to turn a profit on our spaces. And if we can continue to profit while supporting workers on the beach, it does make a lot of sense to me to sell, especially if we need to build another parking garage on the beach somewhere. Because that's going to cost more than we're going to make from the sale, right? Most likely.
Parking spaces have been going for about $25,000 a space. I think that's what we paid out there when we were building structured parking, and we require a certain amount of gingerbread on them so that they look reasonably attractive.
Mm-hmm. So we've got problems now, and we're going to make problems worse if we take these subsidy away for the employees out there. So it's a kind of a tough decision. I'm kind of up in the air about it. I don't like the idea of it at all. But if it proved to make sense somehow to me, I could go along.
Well, I'm going to say a couple things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Everybody else had a bite of the apple. So, first of all, we're not making a profit if you look at debt service. We paid for a parking garage. When things are going well, we are covering our costs to the condo association, basically. But if we had built this parking garage on our own and we owned it, and the revenues that we're getting in, we are not covering maintenance and debt service on it. So it would be a losing situation. Now, I think the decision has been made that we're gonna subsidize parking spaces for employees out there. Do we not have enough parking on the beach? We do not have enough parking on the beach during peak periods. And we will never have enough parking on the beach if you want to look at March and April of every year during spring break. Parking is frankly one of our limiting factors out there, and the causeway, just the traffic, the capacity that we have on Memorial Causeway. I mean, I'm looking forward to the parking conversations because I think there's a lot there. I don't think the deal that we entered into, and I'm not criticizing anybody in the past, but I don't think the deal that we entered into back in the day for this parking garage was necessarily the best. As Jeremy said, we have the upper floors. Almost every day the lower floors will fill, the upper floors only during those peak periods of time. I think we're better off either getting out of this garage and being able to build elsewhere with these monies, or buy the whole thing and take over management of it. I think it's all or nothing is the best way to go on this. These appraisals, by the way, were done on a replacement cost basis. They were not done on an income basis. So if a bank were financing this for you and they looked at the income stream that the city is getting, they would not loan you $11 million because it would not be justified by coverage ratios. So it's just something to think about. I think we need to look at the deal structure. I've heard two things. I've heard concerns from business owners that they're not going to have enough capacity for their employees at a rate that they can afford. And the other thing I heard was from citizens out on Clearwater Beach that are concerned when hurricanes come. Currently, we allow them to park when a big storm is coming for free. I think those are things that we could address through a contract. And then it's deal structure and whether we think that this is going to be a good deal for everybody concerned. And if we go and build other parking structures elsewhere. The marina has been a huge problem for years because of all the fishing boats and the dinner cruises and everything else. That's probably the last real issue out on the beach. And also just understanding we're never going to have enough parking at peak periods. But we don't build roads for peak periods either, because then you'd have 20 lanes of traffic. And then the rest of the time, it wouldn't make sense. You just don't spend that much money on infrastructure. Mr. Horn?
I just want to reiterate something you said, Mayor, as it relates to the parking garage and in response to Councilmember Bunker. No one's happy with the way that garage is being managed. We are getting a lot of feedback from business owners, patrons who come and complain about some of the activity in the parking garage. We really are not in a position to turn that around because we don't own that space where this activity is occurring. And as the manager, I really don't think it at least in my interest and the interest of the administration, to have a parking garage that is, we can't control, what's going on there. So there is great incentive from my perspective to put that in the hands of someone who I believe, is going to do a much better job of managing that garage. And that's something we have to deal with now.
Councilmember Beckman.
Are you saying that if we owned the whole garage and had all those lower floor slots filled, we would be able to break even or make a profit? And we'd keep the middle floors sort of subsidized with those business owners for employees? The lower floors would be filled much more frequently and regularly, and that we would then be able to not take a loss?
As a part of a comprehensive management package, a garage on the beach can be very profitable. that one with the, we're subsidizing the $40 a month spots, which is extremely cheap. Those are sitting on our floors primarily. Those are displacing what would be transient spaces. We get the monthly revenue reports, and it's part of the overall package. Our revenue combined with our partners' revenue is much more attractive than what we're making on just our floors.
So conceivably, we could have lower floors for, pay-as-you-go people, right? Or they could buy a high-priced pass. Middle floors for a little bit of subsidies for employers or employees on the beach. And then could we have top floors for residents as part of beach parking? If they get used way less frequently?
What our partner's doing currently is on the top floor, they're selling those spaces for, it may even be for residents. They're $100 a month, but that's your space. See, our spaces are $40 for the right to try to park there if there's a spot available. Theirs are designated, but yes, essentially, we're kind of doing that. The garage is operating that, the bottom floors are totally transient. Our floors are predominantly the $40 a month spaces, and then the top floor is reserved for, like, this is your individual space. So you can leave and come back and know your space is gonna be there.
Do other municipalities that are on the beach, or on the water, subsidize employee parking for their businesses?
I didn't study that. I can certainly look into that. I know I don't know about the beach, but I know usually it's not abnormal to have some kind of a discounted rate for certain, be it city residents, like we're going to talk about, or employees, or what have you.
And then the Clearwater Ferry also talked about offering shuttle services for employees to go from the main area over to the beach as well, but there wasn't a lot of interest in that?
There wasn't a lot of interest. Right now, the problem is with the Magic Clearwater,
Right.
there's a
Where
lot
are they
of
gonna
parking to
park?
even
Right.
shuttle those people
Right.
from. So, but that's one of the things that we're looking at currently. Okay, what might we have to do going down the road to facilitate
Yeah.
for some of these folks?
Councilmember Bunker.
So what would be the hypothetical expense of us buying the remainder of the garage?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If we were to instead of selling our spaces, what would it cost for us to take over the garage completely and stop it from being a Mad Max zone down below?
Ms. Aiken, you want to address that?
So the parking garage, as we've talked, is owned in condominium. The remainder of the condominium for that parking garage is owned by someone else, Paradise. They have a contract to sell that to Sunshine, I can't remember the name of the company.
Sunrise?
Sunrise, thank you. So that property is currently under contract for sale. So we do not know the price. They're not required to disclose that. So right now, there's no possibility you could buy it currently. If that deal does not go through, then it would likely be back on the market. Currently, though, it includes not just the parking units, but the retail unit that it's also in the parking facility.
Vice Mayor?
Well, the contract to Sunrise is contingent on their ability to buy our spaces as well. I just, trying to keep everything in perspective, because I know Councilmember Beckman asked a question about other beach communities. I sit here and all I hear in my head is my father. Because no other beach community has the volume of parking available that Clearwater Beach has. Nobody. And my dad forever said, and I'm talking about when the parking in the, had the meter and you put the quarters in it, and it was 25 cents an hour to go to the beach. And some people bitched when they'd raised it from 15 cents an hour to 25. And now we're at 3.50 or 3.25.
$3.50 on the street, $3 on the street.
And, you know, I just hear my dad saying, you know, Clearwater is punch drunk on parking revenues. Because Clearwater makes more money in our parking, because we're not, you know, right now I'm trying not to get off topic, but we're talking about one parking garage, one area. But, you know, no other community around here can pay for what we pay for out of our parking revenues. We pay for we pay for our lifeguards, we pay for our beach cleaning service, which is doing a hell of a job during this red tide, by the way, City Manager. They are really busting butt and doing a great job to this point. Hopefully the red tide won't get too much worse. But, you know, we're able to fund those things through this revenue source. If we weren't funding those things, we'd have enough money to build parking garages all over the place. But the question is, how much parking do we really need? Are we building, as the mayor said, are we building parking for peak times, or are we building parking that is sufficient for, you know, 65 or 70% of the time, and that 30% is just going to be what it is? What is the right number? I don't know, but, you know, you know, we're always going to make money on our parking with all of our surface parking that we have and everything else. We're going to make money. This one place is coming up a little short, but if you look at the year-to-year parking revenue fund, it's going this way annually. The money that's in that fund to use towards building more parking and things. So it is, you know, we're making money in it. So giving this one up, you know, selling this one, I can see it, but I have talked to a lot of the hoteliers and some other people out there that, you know, they are worried about this. Now, I also look at it and I say, I would think Sunrise, they're not uneducated people. I think they would look at this and say, how do we maximize what we have here? And if they're just going to maximize it thinking they're going to get $3 an hour for every space in that building every day, they're not going to get it. It's just because that building won't fill up except at peak times, because the city's parking on surface lots is going to fill up first, period. And so it would behoove them, I know we can't put it in our contract, but it would behoove them to look at crafting a program for the businesses to be able to contract a certain number of those spaces. And I would think they would look at that opportunity. But right now, if I can get $12 million back for what we've got in that building and be able to take that and put it towards parking either here in downtown, and don't get me wrong, we need more parking on the beach probably. We still need a little bit more. I don't think we're quite at our maximum number, optimal number. But any parking we're going to build in downtown, because of the revenue that our other parking spaces bring, using that revenue as that, we can bond to build a parking garage in downtown. We can use bonding as the mechanics for it and be able to pay the nut.
So I think we're better bonding on the beach than we are in downtown.
Or, you know, so you could do it either way.
If we were going to do it.
You could do it either way.
Just because the cash flows.
But I'm just saying, try and get back to this agenda item. If we can get 12 million, I think we should move forward with it.
Well, we're going to talk about it further on Thursday. I'm going to cut off conversation on this item, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene the work session. We are on item 7.2.
Approve the request from the owner of property addressed at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, the applicant, to vacate a 60-foot wide right-of-way easement as recorded in OR Book 3875, page 36 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Burzak.
Mr. Horn. The next 5 items, including this one, are vacation ordinances on the same property. They were done at separate items to make it cleaner for future historical reference back to the easements. This item vacates a 60-wide right-of-way easement on the applicant's property, and as a condition of vacation, the applicant will grant a drainage and utility easement to the city over a portion of the vacated right-of-way. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Beckman.
So these next 5, I looked at the aerial view. Is it some apartment complex there?
Correct, there's a view at Bel Air Apartments.
Okay. And
The
so-
other one we're dealing with the development zone.
The K?
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
And my one question is, why wouldn't we deal with these vacations, all these right-of-way vacations and sewer easements, everything else? Why wouldn't that be done prior to construction of the new apartments?
They probably should have, but I mean, all these easements were based on as-built. At the time, they weren't vacated. Everything should have been vacated before everything should have been vacated and then just granted new easements when they were completed, but that's not how it was done.
All right.
For future, yes, that's how it should be done.
Other questions? Okay, item 7.3. It's going to get redundant.
Approve the request for the owner of property addressed at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, to vacate a portion of a sanitary sewer easement as recorded in OR Book 4223, page 1499 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Burzak again.
Property owner requests to vacate a portion of a sanitary sewer easement on the applicant's property. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? 7.4.
Approve the request for the owner of property addressed at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, to vacate a portion of that certain drainage and utility easement as recorded in the OR Book, page 397 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Burzak again.
Thank you. The property owner requests that the city vacate a portion of a drainage and utility easement on the applicant's property. Any questions?
Questions? 7.5.
Approve the request for the owner from the owner of property addressed at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, to vacate a portion of a sanitary sewer easement in OR Book, page 399 of the Public Records of Pinellas County. Pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Burzak again.
Thank you. The property owner requests that the city vacate a portion of a sanitary sewer easement on the applicant's property. Any questions?
Questions? 7.6.
Approve the request from the owner of property addressed at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, to vacate a water line easement as recorded in OR Book, page 1028 of Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Burzak again.
The applicant requests that the city vacate a water line easement on applicant's property and will grant an easement back to the city. Any questions?
Questions? 7.7.
Accept a sidewalk easement from the property owner for the repair, maintenance, and replacement of a sidewalk on real property located at 604 Lime Avenue and adopt the appropriate resolution. Mr. Burzak.
The sidewalk easement will allow the city rights to repair, maintenance, and replacement of sidewalk as the site is developed for residential use. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember?
I'm looking at this aerial, and this is, to my knowledge, this is an area, one of those mixed areas where some parcels are in the city, some are still unincorporated, correct?
No.
No. I believe those are all
This
actually in the
This
city.
is right outside of Harbor Oaks. The sidewalk's already been replaced. I drove by it yesterday just to look at it.
And is there sidewalk continuing, because it almost looks like, what, are we just repairing this one portion, or is there more sidewalk
Any new
Beyond the-
construction requires a new sidewalk. That's just per city code. So sometimes there is only one sidewalk, but that's,
It's bizarre. There's some
Okay.
telephone poles in the middle of the sidewalks. Lime Street has almost zero traffic. It's on the north side of Spotus Woods,
Yeah. Okay.
so. Any other questions? 7.8.
Approve supplemental 2 work order to Brown and Caldwell of Tampa, Florida for construction coordination, engineering, and inspection services of FDOT utility relocation at US 19 and Horn Boulevard project in the amount of $109,910, increasing the contract from $94,490 to $204,400, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. You heard about this project from Ford Pinellas a little while ago. DOT is planning to construct a pedestrian overpass at US 19 in Harn. We have reclaimed water mains that are in the way. The item before you today is for construction, engineering, and oversight for the engineering firm that designed the project. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize staff, particularly the city project manager, Dewey Nguyen. During the design of this project, Dewey identified the fact that the work was within a city right-of-way instead of a DOT right-of-way, and therefore FDOT should fund the work. And so Dewey worked very hard within a very short timeline during those stressful times of April, May of 2020, when we were working from home to prepare and receive DOT approval for the agreement that council approved last June. And so Dewey is single-handedly saving the city a few $100,000.
Very nice.
Have to respond to any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I sort of got distracted with a tissue, but, so FDOT will fully reimburse us, right, for this?
Yeah, we're even going to try to submit our staff's cost.
Fantastic. And when do you expect us to get a check?
I couldn't tell you at this point. They got to build it first, and who knows?
Don't hold your breath.
Fiscal year 2025.
But it'll-
We do, I mean, our design
Don't-
fees.
Don't spend it.
Don't glow too much, okay?
No, I know, but I mean,
Let's-
Well, that was
Let's
the
move
agreement
on.
that you all approved last June, was for them to approve it. And so whenever we start submitting receipts, they're going to
okay.
pay us back.
Consent?
Yeah.
7.9.
Declare 3 parcels of certain real property in Section 15, Township 29 South, Range 15 East, located at 704 Court Street, 710 Court Street, 701 Franklin Street in Clearwater, as surplus for the purpose of conveying 3 parcels to the PSTA in exchange for a parcel owned by the PSTA located at the northwest corner of South Garden Avenue and Pierce Street, Clearwater, Florida, in order to effectuate PSTA's construction of a new modal transit facility. Mr. Burzak.
thank you, Mr. Horn. All 3 parcels were acquired individually to assemble for the purpose of acquiring key parcels well suited for transit or government purposes. City management have reviewed and support declaring all 3 parcels surplus. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Beckman.
Do we have any idea what the appraised value of that bus transit property is?
Yeah, it appraised at 1.8 million and 1.73 million by 2 different appraisers.
Okay. And 1.8 and 1, it's in our documents, I just missed it, 1.37?
So 1.8 and 1.73.
Other questions?
And then we already purchased the CRA property for about 500,000?
It's under contract, but we have not closed yet.
Okay. Which just means we give $500,000 to the CRA, and they give us
Correct.
that property, and then we use it to trade.
525,000 to be exact.
Has PSTA talked to the Botanica Spa? It seems like we would want to see that property squared off.
Not that I know of. I haven't heard any rumblings, so.
They could in fact use eminent domain though in this instance. Because it
That's
will
a
be a
long
public
process.
purpose. I know. I don't know why the Botanica Spa would want to be next to the depot, frankly, if there's a reasonable offer to move them. I was just curious. Okay, other questions? We'll talk about that further on Thursday. 7.10.
Parking inequity presentation, so we're going to have Jeremy come forward and do part 1. I think, like I said, we have 3 parts. I am interested in council feedback on this. I'm not asking council to make any kind of decision. It's usually within my realm to address these kind of parking issues, but we are a partner. We work together on this. So, Jeremy, if you would move through those, your presentation as quickly as you can.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rowan. Morning again. Jeremy Elshouse, Parking Manager. Here to talk to you today about some parking inequities. Again, we wanted to keep the time brief, so we're going to cut it down. We're going to talk to you today about these 5 areas, possible fine increase, downtown rates, agreement for 600 Cleveland LLC, downtown boat slip parking, Harborview Marine, and the resident permits. Remember, just as a reminder, what we talked about before, the parking philosophy, unrestricted free parking fails to promote turnover. We want to control the curb. We want to get people in to attend to whatever business they want to do and then move along. Metered parking, on-street parking facilitates that. And generally speaking, your off-street parking should be less than your on-street. And that's to encourage people, instead of parking on-street, to move it into a garage or into a parking lot, so that perception is that there's parking there available on the street when you need it. So the fine increase, the problem that we're coming up with now, the inequity here is the unpaid meter fine is currently $15. 6 hours of parking on the beach at $3 an hour is $18. So we see it's currently cheaper for folks to get a parking ticket than it is for them to pay for their parking. So we looked at anyway, what this slide here shows is we can see the rates for some surrounding jurisdictions and what they're doing, and see that Clearwater is at the lower end of the scale. And then the bottom section there, what we have there is we're looking at what the existing fine is and what we would propose a fine to go to. So currently overtime parking is $15. We want to go up to $25. Improper parking, double parking, those are $20 currently. We want to go up to $30. So basically a $10 increase. And just kind of study and see how that does. See how, if that gets more effective at creating compliance. Because what we see now is the folks, that, especially going over to the beach, you wait in that big long line to get over to Causeway. Once you get there, it's, there is other parking available. Once our public parking fills up, there's those private lots and that kind of stuff, but they're charging significantly more. So instead of turning around and going home because they can't find parking or they don't want to pay the higher rate, we'll just park illegally and take the ticket. So this hopefully would increase a little bit of compliance.
Do we never give multiple tickets to a car?
We do give multiple
That's what I
tickets,
thought.
but that's increased enforcement. Sometimes we've had some, I'm sorry to say, some staffing issues, so keeping those enforcement folks fully staffed has been somewhat difficult. So I think people have been getting away with it. I think it's out there that they can roll the dice and take a shot. But yes, once they get multiple tickets, that's another way to do it. We are we've got a bunch of people we're trying to hire to address those issues, those staffing shortages and that kind of stuff. But, one ticket should really be enough to kind of hopefully gain that compliance.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I know, and it's a little misleading, and don't get me wrong, raising up to $25 for the violation, I don't have a problem with, but to say it's cheaper to, 6 hours is $18, the parking ticket's $15. I keep referring back to a study that was done years ago that said the average time someone, especially out on the beach, the average time somebody's on the beach is, if I remember correctly, it was more like 3 hours. The 3 hours is about how much time the average person spends out on the beach in the sun, and they say, okay, I've had enough, it's time to leave. So not that many people are taking spaces for 6 hours plus. So I'm not sure that using that rationale that it's cheaper to not pay it and just pay the fine. But
do you have that data? How long people are parking?
I don't have that data specifically, but what I would say is a lot of the folks that are intending to run afoul of that are the folks that are going out there they're working or something like that.
Yeah.
They get out there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, parking is full or whatever. They're the ones that are more inclined to, well, I'm going to park here if they're working a 6 or an 8 hour shift. I'll just take the ticket. And I've talked with some business owners that, you know, I just pay my employees tickets, and that's how it's gone.
Councilmember Beckman.
The proposed fine amounts, are those just taken from looking at what surrounding municipalities are charging? Because I'll tell you, 40 years ago when I was in college, you know, we had a $30 ticket if you parked in a no parking zone or something. So I don't, you know, to me, the proposed fine isn't too much.
Well, I don't like to necessarily be at the, you know, higher than all of our neighbors. I want to be in the mix. So I looked at it that. We did have our parking consultant that was working with us prior to my arrival. She had done another study and proposed like us being up like around $42 for a fine. There's different things that come into play legally. There's the state mandated fine, and then everything else above that would have to be a surcharge, if you will, from what I understand. I'm not sure how all that works together, but this is just looking at, this is predominantly, directly answer your question, this is predominantly looking at what our neighbors are doing and trying to be in that ballpark.
Carry on.
So then the next thing I looked at the downtown rates, again, this today kind of focuses more on the downtown side than the beach, because I wanted to get the first one in and keep it in a reasonable time frame. The beach, I think, can be a little bit more of a harder nut to crack. But so the downtown rates, what we're looking at currently, 50 cents an hour for on-street and off-street. The existing single-space meters that we have downtown are currently at their end of life. The software is no longer supported. We can't properly audit them. They need to be replaced. So as I look to do that, if I go to the system that we have on the beach, where we replaced them with kiosks, which I'd love to do, you're looking at roughly $7,000 a piece, $350,000 to replace. We estimate we need about 50 of them, and that could, you know, increase as we move forward. But $350,000. At 50 cents an hour, at 700,000 hours of parking. At the current rate that we're doing it downtown, that's going to take us a couple years to pay for those, and that's not even accounting for the labor to install them, which we do. We install our own. The signage that will be needed, as well as the yearly. There's yearly fees for all of those machines to maintain them, keep the software up to date, and that kind of stuff. So we looked at two options. The first option was a mobile payment only. Currently, you can pay on mobile now, our app downtown, anywhere you park, as well as on the beach. So this would, if we went to that, just took the meters out and said everybody that parked downtown, you have to pay with the mobile app. Obviously, that would be relatively inexpensive. Does require the use of the mobile app though, and it can happen with no price increase. So we can keep it at 50 cents an hour that it is currently. And we would obviously have to enhance our signage for Park Mobile, so there would be some expense to that, but relatively inexpensive. The second option is we go and we make downtown mimic what has happened on the beach. We go to the kiosks, pay by license plate, enforced with LPR. Obviously, we talked about it already, how expensive that would be. So, and again, I know that downtown is not as robust as the beach and that kind of stuff, so I'm not trying to bilk anybody or anything like that. I think a relatively moderate increase of $1 an hour downtown would obviously help us pay for those much quicker. I've already talked with the county about this plan as well, because there's a bunch of meters in county lots, our meters in the county's lots, and we have a current agreement with them, whereas after they were paid for, they get a percentage, we get a percentage of the revenue on that. So they'd agree they'd do the same thing. The revenue would pay for the meters that we put in there, hopefully kiosks, and then once those are paid for, the same agreement that we have now would follow. The third inequity downtown that I'm seeing, we have currently an agreement, well, it's an expired agreement between us and 600 Cleveland LLC. It's basically the parent company that owns the Bank of America building. They have an agreement for 78 spaces at $32 a month plus, I'm sorry, it says plus tax, but it's including tax. Our current rate for anybody else that wants to come and buy a monthly rate at the Garden Avenue Garage is $45 a month plus tax. So the difference is, the math is right, although it does say plus tax there. They're saving $1,259.70 a month. That agreement, I believe, was first done in 2013. even with the extensions on it. It expired in 2018, so it's to the time where do we just make them go to the $45 a month plus tax like everybody else pays, or do we renew? This agreement was obviously way before me. I don't even know why it was done the way that it was. Not that there's a problem with it if that's what we want to do, but what do the terms look like if we do renew this agreement? I started this before I started looking at these inequities way before the downtown boat slips became the problem of the day. I know you guys have probably heard a lot about that most recently, but what I was looking at before that even started was our beach marina tenants currently, they pay $40 a month for parking over on the beach side. The downtown marina tenants had received free parking. So as we move forward and Imagine Clearwater completes, that is going to have an impact on the available parking in that Coachman Park area. So after construction, the parking system believes that the parking for for the downtown marina folks should be in line with what the beach marina is doing. They should also have the same monthly fee. And then the resident permit program. The problem that we're currently experiencing with the resident permit program that we have, it's at $75 a month for certain, for any city resident. If you live in the incorporated Clearwater, you can get it. We've had to increase the number over the last couple of years. I think when I first came, it was 300. Last year, we increased it to 350. This year, 400. But we're reluctant to. Part of the inequities is, and we try to be consistent, we want to offer something that can be offered across the board. So we're not creating the inequity could be, we're offering it to one group, 600 Cleveland LLC, and we're not offering it to another group. So if there's a sound reason for it, that's fine. But when, at my level, when it comes to me, I'm just trying to treat everybody the same. So the problem that we have here with this one is it is a relatively low number considered the number of residents that live in Clearwater. If all of everybody bought that at the $75 a year, we've already seen that we don't have enough parking, because really they're trying to go to the beach with it anyway, and there's not enough parking. So yeah, I paid $75 for the year, and I get there, and there's no place for me to park. So what I'd like to do for all residents is go to a resident parking permit program where it signs you up for, you can get 50% off of your parking wherever you park in the city. You park in a city-controlled parking lot, you park on the street, you park in a garage that we own completely, you can get 50% off of your parking. It would be through the Park Mobile app that we currently have, that we currently run. You'd have to sign up for it, prove residency, and once you've done that, then again, it would be available to all city residents. It's just as you enter once you're already on the list as an approved city resident, you just do your Park Mobile app as normal, your payment is normal, and it's going to charge you 50% of what it would charge other folks. Again, it's all city residents, all controlled parking, not just certain lots like our current system is. And the thing that I like about this is, as opposed to, and not that I'm not hearing what you said before, Councilmember Hamilton, but if we gave it to carte blanche across the board to city residents, sign up for this, whatever price we want to pay, and you have free parking anywhere you want to park, there's no incentive for turnover. So then if they want to stage a protest and they all go somewhere and park up an entire street, the residents, not they would, but they could, right? And there's nothing that we would be able to do then to kind of move them along. Whereas this, they could still do the same thing, but they're paying as they go. They're paying half price, they're getting a discount, so it still incentivizes them to get that turnover, but it gives back to all city residents in that they all get the opportunity to have parking at a cheaper rate. And they're not pigeonholed to you can only use those certain number of lots that we allocated for you before. You can now use anywhere you find Clearwater public parking, you get the chance to use that benefit.
Councilmember Beckman.
Thank you. Would that app, Park Mobile app, so if we have, all the residents can sign up for half-price parking, does that app show me where parking is full? Because,
So the way that it currently is, it shows you where there's parking, it shows you where there's parking lots or parking areas. It does not show currently, and that's an increased level of software that I'd love to get into, and someday I want to be there, where we're talking about counts, like real-time counts and that kind of stuff. We don't have that yet.
so they can still sit for over an hour over the bridge to come down to a lot, and then there's nothing available.
Currently, yes. Yes, it's this program doesn't change that.
Well, then it would be hard to monitor that anyway. I mean,
I
by
mean,
the
if you
time all
left
the.
countryside, and
I
there were
know,
spaces
I know.
available by the time
Yeah.
you get to the beach,
Yeah.
it may be,
Yeah.
you might be out of luck.
And that's true, but I think I talked about the first time I came here and gave an overall parking concept presentation, and I would love to get real-time counts on that with some notification somewhere before you got there. Now, there's all kinds of considerations with that. Putting signage on the causeway, that's belongs to the state, so there's issues with that. We put it before the bridge on some,
Well, and we've done that with the Seminole boat ramp. I've gotten text messages that says the boat ramp is full. I mean, I don't know how I got signed up on whatever that was, but yeah, I mean, they let you know that that's full, like at 10 a.m. on a Saturday.
Councilmember Albritton.
Yeah, I love Park Mobile. My question is, kids have mobile phones now. It seems like everybody's got a mobile phone. So would we have to go to kiosks and bear that extra expense? Couldn't we just do Park Mobile everywhere, not do that?
We could absolutely do Park Mobile. We already have the kiosks on the beach. I wouldn't propose taking those down. That's just a matter of a level of convenience. What level of convenience would we like to provide for our guests? So not everybody that comes here as a tourist wants to download the Park Mobile app for they're going to be here one time, or they don't know if they're ever coming back, or they're here on a very limited basis. So.
Yeah, but we're not the only place that has it. A lot of cities around here have it. I've taken trips out of state. Bigger cities all have it. It's a great app to have on your phone. Plus, it tells you gives you a countdown, tell you how many minutes you got left. And if you're in a restaurant and you're running out of time, you can put time right on it on your phone. It's great.
Agreed. I love it. I have it myself. Use it for the same purposes. I know a lot of our neighbors here in the greater Tampa area, they all have it, so I can utilize it there, and I have. But again, it's just, are we prepared to tell everyone that comes here, you have to have this app to park downtown? If that's the way that we want to go, I have no problem with that, but that's kind of some feedback we're looking for, to see which way we go.
Councilmember Beckman.
What about the lessons learned from Dunedin about charging for parking downtown? Where they put in the kiosks and then they covered them with garbage bags and decided they wanted free parking downtown.
Well, and that's I think one of the largest reasons that I'm here before you today, because we want to be completely and totally transparent in everything we do. One of the critiques that filtered to me, once I got here, was that there wasn't this back and forth, there wasn't this exchange of information. Since then, I've attended a meeting with the chamber, gone to the North Beach residents meeting at some point, and so that's a conversation that we need to have. Yes, we don't want to put out $350,000 worth of machines and then determine that the next week that we don't like it, we want to rip them all out. So this is the start of that conversation, and hopefully to avoid a situation like Dunedin. We're a little bit different than Dunedin in that we're already charging.
Right.
There already is established parking, a fee for parking downtown.
Mr. Horn, what do you want to come out of this conversation?
Okay, couple of things. Councilmember Beckman, it's my understanding, business community really pushed for the paid parking, and then they backed away from it. So the city went forward thinking they had support, and then when the rubber met the road, then they backed up. Mayor, I am inclined to proceed ahead with the recommendations that Jeremy has proposed. The question is, what kind of heartburn does this require? Do you all have about it?
Well, I don't have a problem with the fine increases. I
Okay.
think that makes sense. I am not crazy about the downtown rate increase. I'm fine going to Park Mobile. But I don't think right now, when we're trying and we're showing signs of life, the delta going from 50 to $1 is beneficial to us. I understand the 50 cents because of turnover. There was a time we went to free meters. We talked about this last year. And, then you had employees parking on the street all day. And so I believe in having the 50 cents. As far as the agreement for the 600 Cleveland, seems like it's time that gets reviewed, obviously. I think that came when the insurance company came in back in 2013.
Yes.
I was not on the council at that time, but I think that's what was the trigger for that. The downtown boat slip parking is a nightmare. But, when it's reopened, it's going to be every man for himself. And I think we ought to probably get closer to the beach prices on that. And then I like the resident parking permits, that we could give them a 50% discount on everything. That, I think, is a reasonable way of dealing with it. So those are my thoughts, quickly.
Okay, very good.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I don't disagree with hardly anything you said, other than, I will say, I don't think $1 an hour to park downtown is ridiculous. I don't think it would be I don't think it would be the hit you think it is. I mean, people are paying $3 an hour to go to beach restaurants, and we're not struggling over there right now. I don't think that the resident permit program, a lot more questions for that, because it's human nature. Once a program is devised and designed, how do you circumvent the program? Like, how would a friend of mine in Tampa say, hey, can I use your address as far as Clearwater is concerned, so I can only pay 50%? How are we going to monitor that? How do you monitor someone who lives in the city and then moves out, is no longer a resident? How do you monitor that to be able to take them off the roll? Because, again, there's a good thing about being a lame duck. You can say a lot of things that people don't necessarily want to hear. I think the most overused and misused parking program anywhere is the handicap hang tag. I mean, yet it's a state law, and we have a state law that says if you've got a handicap hang tag, you can park in any space in the city of Clearwater and you don't have to pay. And we're losing a lot of revenue because there's an awful lot of handicap hang tags that the person driving it is not, they're not destitute. Look at the cars that have the handicap hang tags. I was in South Carolina a month ago, and you got a preferred location for a handicap space, but you still had to pay for it. It's not that way in Florida. And, I think it's something that needs to be looked at. Now, you're looking at a voting block that the legislators in Tallahassee don't want to cross swords with. So I don't think we'll ever see it. But, I think there's a lot more issues with this on how do you actually monitor it and keep the records accurate and up to date as to who gets the 50% and who doesn't. Especially with, unincorporated, we have one house that's in the county and another house that's in the city on the same street. So it gets a little dicey. So a little more work there, but raising the fine for parking to 25, no problem at all.
Mr. Horn.
Well, I'd like to hear the others speak to the downtown rate.
Councilmember Albright.
So just, thumbs up, thumbs down, what's your?
Yeah, I'm a little, I'm not for raising the downtown rate. I mean, we're showing some success down there, and even though I don't think it's that much, we got to do everything we can to nurture that growth downtown and people coming. I don't want to, as we're coming out of the ground with more people experiencing our downtown, shutting people down with it. I do like the half off for city residents through Park Mobile. I think that might be a great way to do it because it's your address. If you're, I mean, when you get the app, it's tied to your tag. And so I think if that could be locked in that way, then somebody couldn't take that from you, and use it. Maybe some residents don't know about Park Mobile, but that could be an advertising campaign. Get this and you get half price. I think a lot of people would go to it. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Councilmember Beckman, and then Bunker.
I'm okay with a fine increase. I would not want to raise the downtown prices to $1. I would want some more comparables for the marina pricing, like other marinas around here, not just, well, our downtown or our beach charges this, but I'd like, because to me, they seem kind of low, but I have no idea. I don't go to marinas with a boat. As far as the Park Mobile app and offering residents half-price parking, I'd like a little comparison or understanding of if a resident pays $75 a year for parking in 7 lots, if they were going to be using an app for parking in those lots, about how many times do they come down, or what's the price differential there?
I'm sorry.
No, I don't know, because what's half-price parking for 6 hours down at the beach?
Right. The problem, and I meant to cover a little bit more of this, the problem, one of the other issues that we're seeing with the $75 resident permit is, again, I think it was initially, as far as the parking system was under the impression of, for folks to go and use the beach that live in Clearwater, in incorporated Clearwater. We've got some abuse there as well, where we have folks that happen to live in Clearwater but work at the beach, so they buy the $75 permit and they park all day long, 40 hours a week or whatever the case would be, or some are actually residents that live on the beach and they're looking to use that to get an extra parking space to coincide with their house. So this would kind of help eliminate that. Unfortunately, the other thing is well, the nice thing about the system that I'm proposing is we'd have that data, because you have to enter a session for every time you want to get half-price parking. The $75 permit, it just follows your license plate, so it's much like having a sticker. We have no idea how long that vehicle sits at one of those parking lots on a regular basis. We don't have the ability to collect that data. So this also increases our ability to collect that data and see what that looks like. But if I could, just real quick, managing that resident parking permit program, there are currently we would follow probably the same format that we use right now for the $75 one to verify, by your address, you've got to be a city resident in order to even get on the list to do that initially. So the $75 a year one that we currently have, that renews annually. So if you live here, and we've even gotten away from if you have your registration, your driver's license, all have to come back to an incorporated Clearwater address. So we've even turned around some people they're snowbirds or whatnot. Well, you're not a full-time resident. I'm sorry, you don't qualify. We've really locked it down to where it's only residents. Now, technically, if somebody lived here, purchased the permit, I didn't really want to get into doing it monthly. We could renew it monthly, but then they'd have to submit all their documents monthly, but then that causes more work on our part.
Yeah, that's insane.
But we could do it, but technically, so yes, somebody could, if they lived here, were a resident, had the license, had the registration that said incorporated Clearwater address, they get it. If they move out of next month, well, then they get it for the duration of the year. They'd have that benefit. The other one to keep, because it's going to you, they'd have to use your Park Mobile app. So you'd have to give them your phone, more or less, so yes, there are ways to kind of skirt the system, but it's not as easy as a hang tag. It does limit that. I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify those points.
I agreed pretty much with everything the mayor had to say. Proposed fines seem perfectly fine for me. 50 cents downtown, I would prefer, but if we're going to park mobile, which I hope we do, if we raise it to $1, it'd be 50 cents. But I love Park Mobile. I've been using that since I lived in LA and San Diego, and it's so simple and wonderful to use. I see that as a great bargain for anyone who lives in the city to sign up for that program rather than the limited number of people who can do the $75 a year parking pass. So I'm all on board. We still have the marina parking to deal with, but I'm with the mayor on that as well.
Mr. Horn?
Good.
Good?
Well, I'm gonna make one last comment, and a few people aren't gonna like it, but I'm gonna put my beach business owner hat on. Everybody's okay at 50 cents an hour in downtown. What about, we've got the beach pricing at $3 an hour. Well, after about 4 o'clock, people aren't going to the beach. So what about dropping the parking rate on the beach after 5 o'clock to $1 an hour instead of $3? People come to the beach, oh, that's okay, the beach people can afford it. Well, that's a bunch of bull, I'm telling you. And, is it fair for beach business patrons to be paying $3 an hour to be out there, and downtown 50 cents an hour? I think it's inequitable. And I'm speaking on behalf of numerous business owners on Clearwater Beach that I speak with.
Mr. Horn?
We've got a beach discussion and equities issue scheduled later. So right now, I'm just focused on what he's presented. And just keep that under your hat and bring it out again when we have that discussion.
Well, I still see a lot of people going out to the beach at 4 and 5 and 6 o'clock. I mean, you try to drive through downtown and, the cars are still lined up to MLK and things. So, I look at it as supply and demand to an extent. There certainly is not the demand in downtown that there is in the beach. It's not even close.
It relates back to my dad's comment, punch drunk on parking revenues. And that's okay. If we're okay being.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
All right, 8.1 and 8.2, we're going to be asking to continue those. Any questions on those? 9.1.
Authorize a purchase order to EWT Holdings 3 Corp. DBA Evoqua Water Technologies LLC of Sarasota, Florida for odor and corrosion control through catalyzed iron in an annual not to exceed amount of $200,000 for the initial term from June 17, 2021 through May 21, 22, with the option for one-year renewal pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances Section 2.564D, other government entities bids, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Gardner.
Morning, Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is the award of a purchase order for odor and corrosion control chemicals used in wastewater treatment. We use ferrous sulfite, brand name Odafos, and hydrogen peroxide in a two-step process to remove hydrogen sulfate from wastewater. Hydrogen sulfate causes a rotten egg odor and contributes to corrosion of pipes and structures. We're piggybacking off of a Manatee contract with Evoqua for 1 year from June 17, 2021 through May 21st, 2022, with the option for a 1-year renewal. I'm asking you for you to authorize the purchase order, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Gardner? Councilmember Beckman?
Is this the one that's in the North Greenwood community?
No, it's at the Northeast plant. We have, right now we're applying the Odafos in Stevenson Park. And we're going to move that closer to the Northeast plant with this contract. So the Northeast plant is on 580 and McMullen Booth.
Do you do this kind of odor control in that one in North Greenwood? Because I notice a lot of odor over there. Is there odor control ability?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Marshall Street.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
Marshall.
what she's talking
The, we do odor control there. We have a couple different kinds. We have chemical scrubbers and we have biological scrubbers.
But not this hydrogen peroxide thing?
But not this particular process, no.
It won't work there?
I don't know if it would work there or not, but, I mean, what's there is similar, just a different process, but it's equivalent odor control.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay. Consent? 10.1.
Approve the contraction of Clearwater K Community Development District and pass ordinance 9437-21 on first reading. Council, this is the item that has been before you and continued at least twice. This time, the parties, well, at least the applicant is requesting that you may move forward and make a decision because the CDD does have to make a taxing and funding decision. So I have spoken to 2 of the 3 interested parties. They have not reached agreement, so it will be up to you on Thursday night.
Any questions at this time? We'll be discussing it on Thursday. Seeing none, 10.2.
Request authority to settle the case of Christine Baxter versus the City of Clearwater, case number 19-007675 CI for $60,000.
Thank you, Ms. Aiken. Good morning, council members. Michael Fuino, Assistant City Attorney. This agenda item requests authority to settle a civil lawsuit that was filed against the city. The plaintiff has agreed to accept $60,000 in exchange for which she will dismiss the lawsuit and execute all releases against the city. I recommend that the council approve settlement. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Fuino? I just talked to Mr. Horn, though, about this. I just hope we're going to, double our efforts on getting the sidewalks fixed throughout the city so we can avoid lawsuits like this. Consent?
Yes.
10.3.
Approve the scope of work from HRNA to provide negotiation support for the development of Osceola Avenue bluff parcels for a not-to-exceed cost of $65,000 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Council, this is the firm that has been working with us on the Imagine Clearwater for probably 7 years now. And I am requesting to use them for support in the negotiation of the term sheet. They have submitted a proposal which will provide us the additional support that I believe we need to evaluate the proposals and the proposal and the terms.
Questions? Councilmember Beckman?
So I just had, it jumped out at me as $65,000 for 2 weeks of work because they're supposed to return something by the end of June. It was in there? Okay.
It's actually, we're due back to August, second meeting in August, which I believe is 14th. And they will be working through and including that meeting.
Okay.
So it is, it's not 2 weeks.
Well, it says they will support city staff as needed in conversations with CCD about potential programmatic design and planning changes to their RFP response plans with the expectation that the refinement of these items will be completed by the end of June 2021.
It's one task.
Okay. Okay.
I believe there are 5 or 6 tasks listed. I can pull up the task. Yeah, that's just one of the tasks.
So their work goes through like August-ish?
Yes,
I think it's 19th.
19th sounds.
Is their due date August 19th? Or it should be
That's when
completed?
we plan on bringing the term sheet back to you.
That sounds a little better.
So looking at the billing rates, I take it we're gonna be having a partner and a director, because there's
Yes.
names next to those?
Yes,
So
sir.
those are the folks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Consent? 10.4 and 5 are second readings. Any questions on those? All right. 11.1.
Support letter for USDOT build grant application for PSTA Transit Center. Mr. Dell.
Mayor, Council, Michael Delk, Assistant City Manager, with the approval on Thursday night of item 7.9, which we discussed earlier today. We will be prepared for ultimate transfer of the property to PSTA pending their application of the RAISE grant, which is due on July 12th. And so this letter, we have worked with the City Attorney's Office and PSTA to craft this, which will fulfill their needs for the grant application. So with any questions, we'll try to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Dolk? Okay. Anything else, Ms. Sakin? Mr. Horn?
No, sir.
All right.
No, Mayor.
Item 13.1, we have a presentation by the CNC on the ombudsman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you all. We will be brief. It's been a long meeting for you all. We appreciate the opportunity to come here and to discuss an issue that has been percolating originally through the Charter Review Committee, where there was discussion about the inequality of the resident neighborhoods to have a fair shake in front of the Community Development Board in terms of hiring talent, lawyers primarily, and expert witnesses, and what could be done to address those inequalities. And the suggestion originally coming out of the Charter Review Committee was to look at the concept of an ombudsman. We will explain in a minute why we agree with the mayor and Gina Clayton that the ombudsman concept is not the appropriate tool. So originally the committee was called the Committee on Ombudsman for the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition, but we expanded that to conflict resolution to try to grasp any other tools that we think would make the system work better for everyone involved, including developers, the city, and the residents together. So in the
Mr.
committee...
Lilisan, can you just identify yourself for those watching at home? No
I'm
problem.
David Lilisan here on behalf of the committee. I was about to introduce other members of the committee who are here. We have our treasurer, Shelley Karoglian, who's been a treasurer for a long time for the for the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition, Annette Pardue, the secretary, and Bill Johnson, who is our government liaison. So originally, we had a committee composed of all of the officers of the association and some additional members, myself, Liz Dreyer, Bill Johnson, and Kelly Kelly. Our task was to look at different options, and we determined early on that the ombudsman was not just one option, probably not the most appropriate option. So in an organizational meeting starting in March and every 2 weeks thereafter up until last week, we have met, and in between those meetings that were bi-weekly, we exchanged materials and about 200 emails among the 8 people on this committee. Materials I'll show you in a second, but it was voluminous. We looked at probably 600 to 700 pages of background education on each of the things we're about to talk about. So the first thing that we talked about on our schedule here is review the Community Development Code, because many citizens are not familiar with that process at all, and specifically the Community Development Board and the quasi-judicial nature of that organization, which defines sort of what we can and what we cannot do. We discussed then on April 7th community benefits agreements, and then we went on to discuss the ombudsman concept. We looked at mediation, and then we had a general session to kind of come up with our final recommendations. So the goal in the beginning was always to find something that works. If it doesn't work, then there's no point in our doing it. So we wanted to understand first what the current system is, how we could plug into that. We wanted to identify the basis for the perception in the community that neighbors don't have a fair chance when they're in front of the Community Development Board. They're outgunned and they're outmanned. And we looked at 3 recent battles that have gone on in this community. We looked at the storage facility at 300 South Duncan. We looked at the Clearwater Point controversy, which is still ongoing. But I think the one that was most instructive was the Edgewater Drive issue, creating Serena by the Sea condominiums in a neighborhood of 1- and 2-story houses. And that was fairly instructive because we were able to review the almost 400-page transcript of the proceedings there and to see what went right and what could have gone a whole lot better, and to learn from that. And then I wanted to identify some specific changes that we could come back to you with in the Community Development Code and the procedures for this quasi-judicial organization called the Community Development Board. Okay. So I'm not going to go through all the materials that we looked at, but I did want you to understand that this was a fairly significant time-consuming effort on part of the 8 members of this committee with everybody participating. As I said, we exchanged probably 200 emails plus about 600 pages or more of background materials. We are appreciative of the new Citizens Guide on the Community Development Board hearings and the process. We have some tweaks that we would suggest for that. We looked at all of the documents related to the Edgewater Drive matter. If you've seen the model for the construction of that project, no one can say it's not a gorgeous project. I think the people that are doing it, it's a $1 billion corporation. They know what they're doing. They've done a great job at putting together this. Whether it's in the appropriate spot is, I think, the issue that was concerning to the neighborhoods. We then looked at community benefits agreements, and there was a lot of materials nationwide because it's a national movement, and I'll explain why we think that's not going to work for us. We looked at the ombudsman materials from all across the country, both used in state level, in the local level, on the city level, to see if there was anything from the ombudsman concept that would work well for resolving the kind of disputes that we get here in Clearwater. I think the answer is, as you'll see, is going to be no. And then finally, we looked at mediation of disputes. That's a growing way to resolve conflict in all levels of community. It's professional at this point. The Florida Supreme Court is designed to create certified mediators who are not necessarily experts in everything, but are designed in resolving conflict and identifying means of agreement. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these 3 things just in general and why we felt that none of these 3 tools was the sort of gold standard that we could say, let's just use this tool and we'll be through with the problem. Community benefits agreements are being considered for use right now in St. Pete in designing the new Rays Stadium and the neighborhood around that. Generally, when we looked at how they've been used successfully around the country, they're for super large projects where you have multiple developers, where you have a community of 30 or 40,000 people who are directly affected, where there's agreements about who's going to be employed in constructing this project, what other kind of amenities are going to be required to be built to make this go. And it's kind of a scenario where you have a balance of power from the very beginning, because the developers want to accomplish this mission, and obviously there's profit to be made, which is good. But at the same time, the impact on the community is large. There's labor unions involved. There's a lot of things going on. It helps the developers in these community benefits agreements because they then get cooperation from neighborhood and others who will then not oppose the development at all the different levels that are necessary to achieve the final product. It doesn't seem appropriate, these community benefits agreements, in a community like Clearwater when we're looking at infill, small developments, not really large-scale ones. The result of the community benefits agreement is a good one because it's an enforceable contract where the neighbors have some obligations that can be enforced as well as the developers. But I just don't think it's the right tool, and the committee agreed for Clearwater. In looking at the ombudsman concept, there were some pluses to that concept, but it's not really a tool to get something done. It's helpful to organizations and governmental entities like the Clearwater City Council. If you've got complaints coming in and you want to have somebody investigate and then make recommendations to you. But the problem with the ombudsman concept is that there's no ability other than to investigate by an ombudsman. They can make recommendations, but they're not doing it in the context of an ongoing moving application to develop a project and complete that project. And for that reason, I think, and the lack of authority that the ombudsman would have to actually solve the problems that neighbors have, which is they don't get representation and advocate for the neighborhood before these quasi-judicial hearings before the Community Development Board. And since there's no balance then at that point in time. So for that reason, we don't see the ombudsman concept as a solution or a tool to be used at all. Part of that spinoff, though, was a lot of the things that were positives about the ombudsman concept, but left out the resident's advocate. We kind of looked at, well, could we form some kind of a resident advocate who would be attorneys or others who have particular expertise in these types of proceedings on land use issues, ready to step in, represent the community, and put together a case that would balance the presentation before the Community Development Board, this quasi-judicial entity, so they would hear both sides, presented adequately and professionally by the developers and by the neighbors. The problem with the resident advocate, it's a perfect solution, but who's going to fund it? And we looked at, some possible means to get funding for that, which included, for example, looking at Florida Legal Services, which provides attorneys in civil situations. But there's no right to civil representation under the U.S. Constitution. So it would require the Florida Legal Services getting a foundation grant or something, and we just don't see that practically possible at this point in time to provide the kind of representation the neighborhoods would like to see. We did look at mediation. Mediation is a concept that I have experience with. I was one of the second group of professionally certified mediators in the state of Florida, and I would routinely have court ordered to have parties appear before me to try for me to not make a decision. That's arbitration. In mediation, for me to help them facilitate getting to yes that both sides can agree to. And if I had a nickel for every time multiple lawyers would walk in my office and say, you're never going to resolve this case, we've been litigating, like dogs and cats and fighting for 2 years, and 6-8 hours later they're all shaking hands and walking out the door. If I had a nickel for every one of those, I'd probably be fully retired. So mediation, we believe, is something that can be used and can slot into perhaps some of the suggestions that we're going to make for the Community Development Code changes. So our recommendation and final here was that there was no particular tool or technique that was kind of the magic bullet. This will just solve the problem, we can all go away. We like the idea of the resident's advocate because that's the direct problem that neighbors have, but it's not feasible, we think, financially at the present time. So we have some recommendations that we're making with regard to the Community Development Code and the Community Development Board process and who serves on that. We're giving you here, as our summary of recommendations, kind of broad statements. One of the things as a lawyer, when I'm asked to present legislation to a legislature or other places, we write out a whole series of amend this sentence and this word and take out that and do it. We're not at that level here because I don't think it's appropriate. I think our ask here would be that you allow us to work with the planning department to go through the code and see where some of these ideas that I'm about to present can be inserted into the process that helps to level out. It's not going to make it equal, but it's going to help level out the playing field so that the community residents feel like they have a chance to have their issues heard and decided appropriately. So with regard to that, do we have some recommendations for a more diverse and balanced community development board? We need to follow the state legislature's change of heart, I think, at this point, and start including an environmentalist as one of the experts that should be on the community development board. We have recognized officially now in the state of Florida that there is climate change, and for us in particular, sea level rise is a huge issue. In my own home in Miami, that was 6.5 miles inland from the water's edge, 11 inches of water in my living room, coming up through the foundation and right into my living room. Didn't happen often, but it's happening more often to neighborhoods now than ever before. The park that I would take my daughter to routinely in South Dade is now underwater 18 days a year during the king tides, and the restaurant that's there is underwater as well, so they're basically out of business. And it's salt water, and it's not coming on a storm, it's called sunny day flooding. We think we need to kind of update the code to take into consideration some of these environmental issues. Obviously, one of the most important things we think is community development board training. We asked one person, what was the training you received when you were on the board? He said, I was told to sit there. And that was the end of the training, where he sat. That's not appropriate. In a very carefully devised community development code in 2004, that if you read the sort of the preamble, the purposes of the community development code, in 16 provisions of that preamble, they talk about the balance, that as a community that's fully built out, we want to balance the infill issues so that they're not detracting from the existing property owners and they're appropriately adding the right things in the right places. So I think we need some training on that. We haven't had any training, we believe, since 2004, and we found the training manual, which we went through in detail, but I think we need to make that a requirement for people that serve on the board. We want to increase the number of times the neighbors are advised, the timetable for when they're advised that there's a proposed proposal. In some of the aspects of the community development proceeding before the board, the neighbors get 5 days between staff recommendation and then show up. And that's not appropriate, we don't think. We need more time because developers had 6 months, a year, 2 years to develop the project, has worked with the city staff ahead of that time, and we want to have some neighborhood representation in that process at that time. We want to also look at if there's anything new that we could put into the community development code that would create some meaningful buffers between this infill development and the surrounding neighborhoods to it. So I think it might be time to take another look at the community development code itself. We want to ensure ultimately that the development's not going to have an impact adverse to the neighbors and the neighborhood, but at the same time be appropriate for the city and for the community at large. As I said, we did not come here with a set of specific language. You have the best city attorney in the state of Florida here. We have excellent staff with Gina Clayton. We'd like to just work with them to see if we can come up with some suggestions that can be brought back to you for you all to discuss and see if we can try to achieve that leveling of the playing field that was our original purpose in doing this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lillesand. I mean, this is unusual. We certainly care enough because it's unusual at a work session to have this type of presentation from an outside group. But I think it's important. I think the 3 projects that are most often cited are where we had 2 different zonings that met, which is one of the things that I have said time and again that I think are issues that need to be resolved. Now, 2 of them, though, were voted on by the council.
We understand.
Only one of them was a CDB issue.
Yeah.
That was the ultimate final decision. Ms. Clayton, before we go into questions for Mr. Lillesand, is there anything you'd like to address from the presentation? Okay. So questions for Mr. Lillesand? Councilmember Beckman.
Well, I heard this presentation at the CNC meeting a week or so ago, so this is nice to have it really sink in the second time. But thank you for that incredible research, and the meetings and the dedication of the committee. To me, I think the recommendations are certainly doable. I think they're all fairly low cost, and, I'd be supportive of them. I think it's very realistic and thoughtful.
Mr. Bunker?
I agree that you did a great job putting this together, and I like your suggestions a lot. The one project you mentioned, the Edgewater thing, do you think any of these recommendations would have made a difference in the outcome?
Absolutely. As a lawyer, practicing lawyer, I looked at the transcript of that hearing. The expert witness that the neighbors raised $5,000 to pay for was not able to have their report entered into evidence in that case. So when they took an appeal of that case up the ladder to the hearing officer, the record was already established without the neighbors' insertion of their evaluation of the impact of that project. And so it's an example to me of the unfairness of the system. This is not unique to the quasi-judicial board, the Community Development Board of Florida. One of the things that's bringing down the entire civil court system in Florida is unrepresented parties. You'll be surprised to hear that in some areas of the law, 60% of the people appearing in court are not represented. And in 30% of the cases, neither side is represented. So now you're a judge, you've got this controversy brought to you by two individuals that has to be resolved, but they're unaware of the procedures involved, of the substantive law involved, of how to just present their best case within the confines of the system that we've designed. And this problem is expanding in more and more areas. And some cities have already, for example, on the issue of tenant evictions, have already measured first that tenants were losing cases that should be won. They were losing cases. When they instituted and then restudied what happened when civil attorneys were provided to those tenants, the number of evictions dropped by 50%. It's not a question that there was anything different. It's a question of getting all the information in a form that the judicial body, whether it's a quasi-judicial group like the Community Development Board or any other, gets the full report from both sides of every issue. Because there are more than one side, obviously. So this is not a unique problem that we have. It's more difficult to solve, I think, than some particular legislation for specific areas of the law.
Councilmember Albritton? I'm not a mind reader. I need a hand.
Well, I like your summary of recommendations. I think right off the bat I could say yes to some of them. I want to look and kind of digest the rest of them. But the CDB, I don't know about the training course for that. I mean, we don't have a training course to be a council member. I mean, you're appointed because you're a professional, and I don't mind adding an environmentalist to that. I think that's a good idea, but the reason we have professionals on the CDB is to understand the code and how the code works. And they are supposed to not give us, even though it's quasi-judicial, the CDB's job is to read the code and interpret that code, in the case. So that doesn't mean that both sides are going to love it, but however they determine what that result is should reflect what's in our code. If you don't like the code, then change the code, and we can do that. Bring that to us and say, and the mayor just said one of the things that we probably could change is how the disparity is at the lines where two codes meet. It seems to be all the time where the issues are. And, I know on the beach, they try to, in a buffer area, bring height down over a period of, distance to where commercial meets residential. Maybe we should be looking at that for the rest of the city as well. we are infill. Everything's, like you say, no new development areas that we can put in. If something goes down, something's gonna be built there. And, you know, if it's, something is zoned as commercial or, and it butts up to residential, you know, the residential area could determine that there may be an issue there with us. Maybe we should go ahead of time with somebody buying it and say, what can we do to do a land change use to the use there? But once somebody buys it, you know, I'm a property rights guy. I mean, basically, they have the right to build what they can build on there according to our code. So I know we have an issue. I'm not saying we don't. But I think that, you know, I appreciate that you've looked at all those different recommendations that I've heard over the time. And, you know, you're giving us some things that we can do to really help. So I think it's going to take a little bit of, you know, digesting and to see and get together and maybe have meetings to see what we can come up with to help that situation.
If I respond, there's a difference between you all getting elected to the city council and people who are serving on a quasi-judicial board. Even our circuit and county judges who are elected or appointed to that position, even though they've been trial attorneys for maybe 20 or 30 years already, they are required to go through training on how to be a judge. And so there's a special skill in that, number one. Number two, one of our concerns is that the Community Development Code sets out who ought to be on the Community Development Board. And while we see a lot of emphasis on let's get an expert on this on the board and this, an architect, a contractor, whatever, we are not seeing the full panoply of requirements for who sits on that board, which includes, you know, some economic and social representation. So that board needs to be balanced. We do not want to change.
The name of it is the Community Development Board. It's not the Community Social Board.
Well, we're going by what the language that was put into that document in 2004 says. And it's not being enforced. And we would like to see that change so that we're living up to the very code that the community created. And we're not looking to change all kinds of, you know, technical stuff in the code. We're looking at the process itself and trying to make sure that if there's another point of view, other than what the staff may think even, or the developer may think, but if there's another point of view, at a minimum, the people who sit on that quasi-judicial board should have the right to hear that presented in a way that's legal, that's correct, and it's with experts. Otherwise, you know, there's an old saying by Anatole France that, you know, the law in its majestic equality prevents the rich man as well as the poor man from sleeping under the bridge. The same sort of thing happens when we've got a scenario that, yes, this community is entitled to have representation, but the inequality between a billionaire who can afford to write a couple checks for $200,000 to create a $70 million project and the community that's, you know, average middle-class community, the economic disparity is such that unless we build in some other security and some places for people to have some influence in that system, it's going to continue to be perceived as it is now, as an unequal playing field. I think that's unnecessary, and I think we can use the existing code to help equalize that or level it out a little bit. And that's what we're seeking to do. And we're not coming forward and saying, do this and this and this. We're saying, sit down, you know, with Gina Clayton and the planning people who deal with these issues all the time. You know, as a lawyer that doesn't practice in this area, you know, I would be violating the supreme law of the land if I wrote any proposals for you. The supreme law of the land is not the U.S. Constitution. It's the law of unintended consequences. So I don't want to jump in here without experts that are already employed in the city and dealing with these issues all the time. But I think we have a different point of view that can be accommodated in the existing code.
Ms. Aiken.
Looking at the recommendations, and I do think we need to have more discussion on them with the planning staff as well. None of those recommendations on their face look unreasonable to me. I do see value in additional training for the board. I have asked the board's current attorney, who is outside counsel, to work with the newest members and give them training. It is not the full panoply of training, but at least make sure they have the basic training on quasi-judicial, public records, et cetera. And he has begun doing that with the newest members, which does not meet your full request, but at least we have started taking a look at that. So that's my comment.
And we do sit as a quasi-judicial board
Yes, you
at
do.
times, so, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the presentation, and, you know, the recommendations, I think, taken individually, there's work that can be done. But I mean, the last recommendation, you know, enforce the purpose to ensure development will not have a negative impact on the value of surrounding properties and minimize the conflicts among the uses of land and building. I find it, I look at the big picture. How many cases yearly does the Community Development Board deal with? And this all has pretty much percolated up over the one issue on Edgewater that is the most referred to issue. The other two, you know, the Duncan, the storage unit development on Duncan, I would challenge anybody to come and say, since they constructed that it's had a negative economic impact on the neighborhood. The houses in that neighborhood are going just like every other house in this city right now. If you put a for sale sign in the yard, you're going to have three offers by the end of the evening. So I'm not sure we're there. We're you know, and then, you know, Clearwater Point, whole nother issue. You know, we've had lawsuits filed on that one. One of them against me personally that got dismissed because it had no merit. Haven't received an apology for that, but probably never will. And but it's like the Community Development Board isn't broken. We've had one major development that is very contentious, and I understand that. But as Councilmember Albritton said, property owners have rights too. And I'm just wondering, you know, it almost seems like we're trying to create a code adjustment board rather than a community development board out of some of the things you're looking at. And, you know, the city used to have a code adjustment board. We got rid of it, but we used to have one. And sometimes there could be a very good application for that. But I think, like I said, most of these recommendations I think have merit and can be discussed, but a lot of, I'm still having a hard time when you look at the big picture of how many different issues the Community Development Board deals with. This is all an outgrowth of primarily one very contentious issue. And, you know, everything has room for improvement, and I'm willing to work towards that. But I don't think we need to totally reinvent our Community Development Board.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Mayor, Council, Mr. Lillis, and I think there is some, and I would agree with Pam, I think there is some low-hanging fruit there that, you know, we can pursue. The most controversial decisions, I believe, that have been made with regard to development in Clearwater since I've been the manager actually have been council member legislative decisions. So, so some of that heartburn, you know, may have started with the CDB, but at the end of the day, if the council had to make a legislative decision and they made it, then that really is where some of that heartburn, I think, kind of resonates. The second thing is, I would not want to restrict Gina's ability to use other staff members to help in this conversation that we're talking about. So, and and one department, clearly legal, will need to be a part of that conversation. Gina might find some other departments may have a role to play, so if you just wouldn't, give her some of that flexibility. The second thing is, the one thing that's been a constant element of some of these concerns with regard to some of the projects has been not in my backyard, that NIMBYism. And so, I think the challenge we have is sorting out, what's really a legitimate issue versus what is, I just don't want this in my backyard. And I think, I would like to see us have a little better feel for that differentiation. Other than that, that's it.
If I might respond for a sec. I'm familiar with the NIMBY concept. I've represented disabled people for a long time, and we create group homes in communities, and the community goes crazy, and it's legal, and it's the process. We also don't want to be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Look at the success that Clearwater has had. As you're pointing out, there aren't that many disputes that rise to a significant level. But there's still the perception, I would suggest, even on the storage facility issue, that the neighborhood wasn't heard. Now, when you are all making the decision, that's fine because voters know they can fire you. But the quasi-judicial board is not something that neighborhoods can work to get somebody fired from. And so I think it's different if the council's doing it, and that's why we concentrated on the code and the community development board as the primary issues. The idea is just to raise the perception as well as the reality that everybody's getting a fair shake. And that's not the case right now. And so there may be more disputes that could have occurred, but people understand that, oh, wait a minute, I don't know if I can donate $1,000 or $2,000 per person in a community to hire the kind of legal talent and the experts that we need.
Well, I agree with the more training. We're not doing training now, Gina, for new board members. I was on the CDB before I came on the city council. First of all, there's a lot to it. The code book is probably 10 inches thick at least. Are we not doing an orientation for new members?
We do. I meet along with the...
Go ahead and come to the mic, thanks.
Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. I meet with every new CDB member and provide them some one-on-one guidance about ex parte communication, how the code is organized, what their role is, and that's really just one meeting. I think what they may be referring to is Charlie Seaman had developed a training that was done every so often, a few times with the board as a whole, and that might be what they're talking about, and that has not been done for quite some time.
Okay. I have seen the importance of the professionals on the CDB. I was not one of those professionals when I was appointed to that board. But there were engineers on the board back in the day, and we had attorneys, land use attorneys, and we had architects. They asked questions that frankly, I didn't have the expertise to ask. So I was thankful to hear their point of view. I think we also need citizens on there. I am fine with having an environmentalist, but I want to caveat this. Councilmember Beckman will be ready to hit me upside the head. I'm just kidding.
That's why you have a glass partition between you.
It's going away. I won't be safe. I want to make sure that it's somebody who is an expert that will be asking good questions about the impact of different projects and ways to do things better. But I also know some people who would put the moniker of environmentalist on themselves who don't want to see any development. They want to see buildings knocked down and turned into green space. One of them is on your committee. That is where I would have an issue with somebody that is not going to want to see any development, because I think it does go back to some of the statements of people do have private property rights. Both the person who owns the property and the surrounding properties that are going to be impacted. I want to look at both people's private property rights. It's one of the great things I have a problem with Verbo. Vacation rentals by owner and home away and everything else. I think people have the right to do with their property what they want to until they negatively start impacting their neighbors. I certainly don't want a Verbo next to me. I moved into a single-family residential neighborhood, and that's what I expect to live next to. I think the measuring of impact on value is a very difficult standard. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to aspire towards, but I don't know how we would actually do that without tremendous cost. And I think it is somewhat subjective on what the impact can be. So that one, I think, I understand the spirit of it, but it is the application of the process that concerns me. I think there is a really good base that you have here that we can work from between our legal department and our staff and the CNC. I still firmly believe that the majority of problems that we're having are between two different zonings when they collide. And I think that's where we can do a better job. Councilmember Albritton did mention what I think is the old Florida district, which we tried to ratchet down the intensity, density, and height, in North Beach to make it less of an impact on the residential area. I don't know that that happened on all the projects. There's one I question, but wasn't around for that. I guess my main question is, Mr. Horn and Ms. Aiken, where do you think we go from here to start actually formalizing some of the recommendations and how they can be applied?
Well, I think meeting with staff is the place to begin, as has been recommended. And then we sort of see what comes out of that, those meetings and that recommendation. Some of them, as Mr. Horn said, are low-hanging fruit, but I think we'd want to make as many changes at one time as possible in terms of code amendments so that we're not making numerous code amendments. So that would be my recommendation, is that we start the discussions.
Mr. Horn?
I concur with Pam.
Okay. Mr. Lillison?
In response, I think what we're talking about here is a two-step process where first we kind of deal with the major issues without getting into the legal language or technicalities to make it happen. But first let's decide as a city if these changes should occur with recommendations. Then legal can look at it, and then, obviously the council responds. Just in response to your comment about an environmentalist, and you're worried about who that may be, who appoints the people to the board? So you're in control of that situation. And I agree, there are environmentalists, and then there's environmentalists that are not appropriate when we're trying to fully develop a city. And I think everybody on our committee recognizes that. So there's what's appropriate, what we would love to see happen in the Garden of Eden of Florida, if we could just wave a magic wand. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, we're really redevelopment. There's almost no instances where we're taking, green space and converting it to buildings. We're tearing something down to replace it with something new. Hopefully it's something better for the entire community, but it's generally something old for something new. I just did a groundbreaking for the corner of Gulf to Bay and Keene, the northwest corner. That has been an eyesore for years, where there was a scooter store and a used car lot. And fortunately, a title company is going in there, and they've gotten a very good architect, and they're going to do something that is going to be far more attractive, as you kind of enter the center of Clearwater. I'm excited about that. I want to make sure that we're continuing to go in that direction, replacing bad with good. And, I like old too, but I want to preserve some of the old. I've got a 96-year-old house. I try and preserve it every day. It's killing me. Councilmember Beckman and then
Yeah.
Councilmember Albrecht.
Thanks. I just had a comment about the not in my backyard and the phrasing at the end that says ensured development will not have a negative impact on the value of surrounding properties. Because we are built out and a bunch of our building is, infill building or tearing down and building something new. I remember at the Edgewater conflict and decision that there was a phrase of must conform to the aesthetics of the surrounding community or buildings or something, which is very subjective, as is that last line there, right? Ensure development would not have a negative impact, and you mentioned how do we even calculate a negative impact. But that's where I think it's key to have training at the very beginning and with everyone, not just on boards, and have those discussions with hypotheticals or different cases that have come before other community development boards and other municipalities, and have those discussions so we kind of understand what are we looking at when we're deciding conforming to the aesthetics of surrounding, and what would be a negative impact on the value of surrounding properties. So I would, I'm all for training and not just new people, but maybe if there's a lull in things, to have pointed training on things that are interpretive before you come up with, the one in your community, to have those discussions early.
Yeah, and I think that we agree with that, but let me just respond to the mayor's comment on, well, it's very hard to determine the economic valuation or the reduction in value, et cetera. Let me just suggest the courts are doing that every single day, including today. They do that in all kinds of cases, contract cases, financial cases, everything else. It's not hard to do. It's impossible to do if you don't have experts and you don't have counsel that can present the case. Then it becomes nearly impossible because you're going to get one point of view only, and the board really doesn't have the authority to just say, we don't care what the board, what the numbers are or anything else. We just want to throw out the whole process of the Community Development Board and the Community Development Code and just make a decision on our own. We want to stick within that process, and they need to stick within that process. But it requires the presentation of the issues, including economic ones. There are ways to do that. We have whole series of expert witnesses that are available to trial attorneys throughout the state on that topic.
I still think it's harder to do than.
Look, it's hard. I'm not saying it's
Okay.
easy.
I mean, I know projects that were approved up here on the beach that were in the tourist area, so not near the residential areas, that people said would detract from the value of Clearwater Beach. The Hyatt and the Sam Pearl being two of them. And I would challenge anybody to show me empirical evidence that that has lowered the value of Clearwater Beach.
And we can probably show you projects that have lowered the value of others.
I understand.
It's not a point of coming up with hypotheticals and plucking them from other areas. It's a question of creating a fair system.
Okay. Did you have something else?
I had a comment on here that, in all the disputes that I've seen come up by citizens, this one sticks out more to me. It's the one right in the middle. Increase early and minimum notice times so neighbors can review developers' proposals in detail. I can tell you almost every single one of them, the neighbors coming up to us are going, we didn't know, we just found out yesterday. And it's like, really? I don't know if the legality of that, but I know that we looked at, I don't know if I was on CDB or council, it must have been council. We looked at it, something that the city wanted to put the onus on to the developer to send out notice, and I was way against that. No, do it yourself, make sure it gets out. And if we can get it out early so people can really understand what it is instead of the day before we're going to discuss it, that would be really helpful.
What we do want to do is reduce the number of disputes that we have too. I think if a project's well explained and it's well researched and it's appropriate, then the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition is going to be supportive of that project because it's better for the whole city, no doubt about that. But the mayor's favorite expression is the the devil's in the details. And so that's why we want to approach this very carefully and methodically, kind of Pam's, two-step process here where we meet with staff, we talk about what things can work. Staff will tell us problems that will occur if we try to make a change in a particular aspect. And then if there are suggestions that move beyond that point, then the legal department needs to certainly be involved in that. And we don't want to be making these changes piecemeal because some of them may require referendum.
Very good. Well, we'll start the next steps. Thank you all
Appreciate your
for all the
time.
work that you put into this. It's very thoughtful, and I appreciate the collaborative nature of it.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
All right, any new business items that anyone wants to add to future agendas? Councilmember Beckman.
I would like us, and this probably will fall into the discussion of our strategic plan and priorities, but I'd like to have a discussion about dashboards in different departments and maybe for advisory boards, and to just have a little more transparency as where we're at, what we're doing, what are our goals, and how are we tracking. And so I'm starting to study more dashboards and and think we could have a discussion about them. So I'll get some resources together and things that I'm reading and learning, and then I can share that for a future discussion maybe.
Very good. Anything else? All right. Good meeting all. We'll see everybody Thursday. We're adjourned.